e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução Fosprotec integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia Foscomplex em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grano, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfet desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoach, MicroPlus, Foscoach, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo. Muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Yara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Yara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizantes, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizantes, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação de Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos big bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes. Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. Rafitec, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, Controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha Neoquat CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento, além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução FOSPROTEC integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grano, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfet desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoach, MicroPlus, Foscoach, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo, muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a Terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo. Flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizantes, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizantes, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação De Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos big bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes. Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. Rafitec, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha NeoQuat CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento, além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução FOSPROTEC integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grânulo, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfet desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoach, MicroPlus, FosCoach, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo. Muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias. Com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos Big Bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes. Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. Rafitec, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha Neoquat CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento, além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução, Fosprotec, integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia Foscomplex em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grânulo, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfert desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert. Inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoat, MicroPlus, Foscoat, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo. Muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a Terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo. Flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizers, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizers, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação de Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando
Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar um mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções.
Bom dia a todos mais uma vez. Vamos começar o congresso.
So, once again, we will begin the Congress in just a minute, with the Vice President of the Republic is already here.
Para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução FOSPROTEC integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grânulo, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar um mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando conhecimento.
1, 2, bom dia, tá me ouvindo bem?
Tô, só porque com esse desliga e liga, só pra mim ter certeza.
Quer ouvir o meu também ou não?
Pode ser.
Alô, testando, 1, 2, 3.
Valeu. Aí no intervalo você dá uma...
global trade moves the world, we hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizantes, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizantes, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento.
Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone. It's with a great pleasure that we will begin from WTC Sheraton, São Paulo, the 13th edition of the Brazilian Fertilizer Congress with live transmission on YouTube. The Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers, it's a realization of ANDA, the National Association for the Diffusion of Fertilizers, with the master sponsorship of Fertiminas, Grupo Indorama, Mosaic, NAC Global, Teixeira Têxtil, and Yara Brazil. Gold sponsorship Armac, Bulk Milk Solution, K+S Brasília, OCP Brazil, Rafitec, Farish Speciality, and Transcopa Port of San Sebastian. And silver sponsorship Acron Cesari and Galvani. Ladies and gentlemen, we inform you that this edition of the CB Fair is neutral in the greenhouse gases emission from Ecoplum. So the neutral event, it's a volunteer program of like a social environmental responsibility for companies that are aware of the climate change issues. So we also have simultaneous translation into English and Libras, the Brazilian Sign Language. So we will begin the opening ceremony, and for that, we kindly ask you to use your cell phones on silent mode, please. Agroquímico.
Senhoras e
Ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pleasure that we invite to the stage, like for the opening ceremony of the 13th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress, so the Vice President of the Republic, Geraldo Alckmin. We also would like to invite to the stage Elias Alves Lima, so the President of Administration of the National Association for the Diffusion of Fertilizers, ANDA. Kleber Soares, the Executive Secretariat of the Agriculture and Livestock Ministry. Also, we'd like to invite Geraldo Melo Filho, Secretary of Agriculture and Supply of the State of São Paulo. And Roberto Rodrigues, Emeritus Professor of FGV. And for the initial welcome to our guests, we'd like to invite to the podium Elias Alves Lima, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of ANDA. Good morning, everyone. Present here, and those who are following us online. Firstly, I would like to salute all the authorities present here. Honorable Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Kleber Soares, Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. I would like to salute the Secretary of Supply, Geraldo Melo Filho, and Emeritus Professor from FGV, Minister Roberto Rodrigues, and to the councillors from ANDA present here, and other authorities and representative of the productive chain. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the 13th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress. This is the main meeting of the sector in Brazil, a space for dialogue, knowledge, innovation, and above all, the construction of our future. We also have the joy to realize an event like committed to the industry of fertilizers, debating sustainability and agriculture of low-carbon agriculture. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are currently living one of the most challenging periods of our times. Since the pandemic, our sector faces this resilience test, so wars in productive areas, so commercial restrictions, bottlenecks in logistics, and float in exchange rates and uncertainties in terms of geopolitics. And we are all under a threat of the supply, but our sector responds with a lot of competence, planning, resilience, and responsibility. Even with all this challenge, and importing almost 90% of all the fertilizers consumed in the country, we could keep like the supply in the domestic market from January to May of this year. Will deliver more than 15 million tons of fertilizers, enough volume to meet the demands of this period. So this result helped us like to preserve what Brazil has as the most strategic. It's the strength of the agribusiness that keeps feeding our country and contributing for the food safety internationally. So the present scenario shows solidity of the fertilizers and the agri sectors, but also shows the challenge that must be tackled. We have to produce more in the country and improve the facilities and the conditions of the entry of exports. So only a balance between import and export will be able to compose the safety to supply the fertilizers market. That's why we defend the strengthening permanently of the National Plan of Fertilizers. We understand as a state strategic policy aiming at the domestic production of fertilizers to the encourage of a better distribution and the balanced supply of the domestic market, the attraction of investments, modernization of industry, and the investments in research, and the boost of innovation and new technologies. So we also salute the approval by the Congress on the last 11th of the development of the fertilizers industry appropriate and the advancement of the PLT 2026 International Congress. It's an important initiative that must be well regulated. Added to other measures will stimulate new investments, expand plants, modernize industrial plants, generate new job positions, and add technology and strengthen the safety of our supply. Invest in the fertilizers industry in Brazil is to strengthen the national sovereignty, competitiveness of the agribusiness. Ladies and gentlemen, the potential of the Brazilian agriculture is extraordinary. We still have lots of degraded areas that must be recovered and pastures of low efficiency that may be converted in agricultural land. We also have the precision agriculture, bio-inputs, AI, drones, and devices that are more sophisticated. We have technologies that are capable to elevate even more our productivity. But all of that demands like the vegetable nutrition, safe, sustainable. So fertilizers are essential part of all the transformations and advancements in the agribusiness. At the same time, our sector progresses rapidly in environmental agenda, and the companies are being developed, and fertilizers are produced with hydrogen by renewable sources of hydrogen production. We are also investing in biomethane, and new technologies reduce emissions in all the productive chain. So this convergence between innovation, sustainability, and productivity is precisely the way that is defended by UNDA, meaning that produce more, better, with less environmental impact. So this is the future, and is already present that we will discuss throughout this Congress. So we gather in our programming like high-level technical with discussions with the specialists like from Brazil and abroad. We will have qualified debates and applied knowledge. Also in this edition of the Congress, we will tell the story of fertilizers in our country and recognize and pay a tribute to those who did a lot, that were the main players in the industry of fertilizers in the country. We also deliver the traditional award Carlos Florence that recognizes academic works dedicated to innovation, sustainability, and technological development of the fertilizers chain. This Congress witnesses how much UNDA believes in the capacity of our country to expand endlessly its protagonism in the agribusiness. We trust the efficacy of our sector of fertilizer and the power of the rural producers, and moreover, in the union of all chains of this, all links of this productive chain. We are working Brazil grows, strengthening its global position, amplifies its competitiveness, and contributes to food security and the international supply of agricultural commodities. Yes, we are helping the planet to tackle the biggest challenges of the agro and livestock production in face of the climate change. We all have an event of like dialogue and building solutions for the present and for the future of our country. I wish you a great Congress to everyone here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Elias, for the welcoming opening remarks. And continuing in our program, I would now invite Roberto Rodrigues, Emeritus Professor of FGV. Very welcome. So, Mr. Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, Mr. Elias, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here once again with all of you. So they give me a very short time. So we have a lot of stories to tell, and we don't have enough time, but I would just go brief. So, and a lot under the term of the strategic position of Professor Elias. So there was time of the Brazilian agriculture, we were importing uncertainties like 50%, 30% of our inputs 50 years ago. So it was the military government. So in terms of the strategy, that wouldn't be possible. We had to import food. So the model that we had in Brazil was to be self-sufficient. So we had like 3 axes. One was efficiency. So Embrapa, so Eliseu Alves and the Repastori, that tropicalized so the rural economy. So the other one is like the threat as a consequence of the reciprocity. So we had to add, but we had like reciprocity and everyone was scared. But on the other hand, so the government gave credit, like abundant credit, because fertilizers, defensive, and seeds had an additional credit. So fertilizers was like 5 times more the amount. So the government was offering a solution and gave a threat at the same time. So Brazil exploded in agri and livestock. So there wasn't a strategy, public strategy, and we responded mostly to the topics placed by Alison Paulinelli that call like the rural sector like for the debate. And then there was this extraordinary role. So I observed like the advancement of the Midwest very audaciously with as the soldiers with the Midwestern and like to kill the indigenous populations. But here we had like snakes and we had other threats, and we had the courage like to hear and see that like a truck was getting in there, and so they use to bring like the whole entire family, even the mother-in-law. Can you imagine people like from all different states in the country moving to the West? Everything went to the Midwest, and they created the agricultural frontier. However, there was no manure. So what was the importance? So our business was to produce enough, and then we had to have left like for export. And sometimes when we didn't have enough, we would import. It was not necessary to make an investment in the manure industry because the ambition was small. No one had the understanding what was going to happen in Brazil, like for the past 30, 40 years after that strategic decision from the federal government. And that exploded with soy, with brachiara, and like everything like in the Midwest. That was this place like for the industry to grow. Soy, which is a temporary product, so it was produced by Embrapa, and that was amazing. So we had like universities all over the country. But 60 years ago, we had like 400. So now we have like 12 million hectares. So who could ever imagine this extraordinary action, like public and private both? And available land as well. And also like the market was in our favor. This growth was spectacular. And now we are the biggest like export of food. But now the world is much more complicated than it was, like geopolitics and unexpected. So the commercial sector like suffering like the impacts of the tariffs, like taxation and all kinds of problems like affecting the producers without strategy. So I would like to follow like the same line of President Elias. So we must have a strategy. So our potential is already known, everybody knows, and those abroad knows that but doesn't like this potential that we have. They are afraid of us. So we must need to have a strategy like to win. It's not, we cannot move on like without a strategy for the rural producers. So we need to have a strategy separated from like the seeds and the machines. So we need a strategy like fully integrated for the agribusiness. It's about time like to add like the private sector working together, all of us like rural producers of inputs, banks, tradings. So we need like this concrete and integrated action with the government to have like a definitive strategy. And then in fact we will become the world of producers responsible for the end of hunger in the world and the new renewable energy in the world. And we have like the wealth, and we must deliver that. We have the potential, to be the sponsors of the world peace. So, and we won't do that without strategy. So President Geraldo Alckmin, President Elias, Secretaries Kleber, we need to put our efforts together, all of us, and develop this strategy whose like backbone is the stability of the income in the field. And we need like a rural credit. So let's move on. Let's move forward. Thank you, Dr. Roberto Rodrigues. And now to the floor, Secretariat of Agriculture and Livestock of the State of São Paulo, Geraldo Melo Filho.
Bom dia a todos.
So good morning, everyone. President Elias, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, so my professor, but always a minister. But always minister like Roberto Rodrigues, who set the example for us who work and fight in the sector every day. My friend Kleber, longtime friend, and battles for the agro, always working together. So on behalf of the Governor Tarcísio, I would like to thank for the opportunity of being here and reinforcing the commitment of the state government to be close to the sector of agro as a whole, and the agro in São Paulo, even more than the average in Brazil. It is characterized precisely by that, for having a lot of power in the production. We have all the links of the chain. We go to the agro industry, export, and also like the production of inputs. So the power of the agro in São Paulo is the power of the agro in Brazil, and it's the connection of all these sectors together. So the Minister, Professor Roberto Rodrigues, was saying about the strategic reason of having and working, strategically working, thinking about this whole set of actions and thinking about the future of our agro and the outcomes. So I'll go a little bit further. If Brazil has a reason and work on behalf of its vocation to produce food, and agro is the one that produces it, the one that has the efficiency and the natural conditions and the technological and also in labor to give like the results in terms of growth that this country needs. So the Brazilian agro, which has like its agro industry, producers, research and extension, has it all, and that needs to have more and more the support, the joint support for this whole set of sectors. So it's important that we talk and that we sit together at the table, working with no vanity. And it's a state project. It's a project like looking at the future, where we want to get. And so to have like the strengthening of the national plan for fertilizers and its follow on. So, and we have like this vision up to 2050. It's the result of a government, but done for the state. So we have to move forward. We have an opportunity now, and moving and following the same steps of the minister. Just to be very brief, we have an opportunity and a unique moment, President Alckmin, that we are facing. And this is available, this is ready to be done. So on the 11th and 12th of August, we had the National Congress reacting to this international moment that we are living of the threat and crisis on our strategic sector. No other country would allow its strategic sector, which is the agro in the case of Brazil, to be threatened by any other thing without having a plan, a strategy, like to fight this kind of situation. And the National Congress approved right after Profetio and the PLP 114. So now we are in a moment, and I hope that until next week, which is the legal deadline, we have like the sanction of this project, and we'll be able to step even further in terms of the safety and production of our fertilizers. And then we have for our agro and our economy and our Brazilian state, the safety that we will continue on the way, and the Brazilian agro will continue to be like the source of like clean energy and continue feeding Brazil and the rest of the world.
Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Secretary, and I would like to call to the floor the Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, Kleber Soares. Good morning, everybody. Mr. President Elias, I was coming together with our dear Vice President, moving from Brasilia, commuting from Brasilia to here. 1.5 months ago, I've been in Marrocos, and when we landed, quote was perfectly fitting. Minister Roberto Rodrigues was talking that if feed the soil to feed the world, namely, feed the soil to feed the world. As well said by Minister Roberto Rodrigues, I would like to greet my friend Geraldo Melo. It is a unique moment, this event, talking more about more than a strategy. We should talk about perspectives and bringing positive perspectives for such a sector that is so bold as the sector of fertilizers. And talking about perspectives, bringing concrete data and from today and the future, which is quite close from us. When we talk about the biggest Brazilian business, Mr. Vice President Geraldo, it's important to remind ourselves that in the last crop, 2025, we removed from the Brazilian soil more than 1.2 billion tons in agricultural products, and sugarcane, from our friend Jaci, close to 600 million tons. We had 354 million tons of grains, over 45 tons of fruits, beef, meat, more than 25 million tons, and so on. But in order to produce that reference, that represents 1 on every 4 meals consumed worldwide. It is something we need to correct to build fertility and to feed the classic acidic soils of our territory called Brazil. And now to talk about perspectives, it's always good to remind that, as Elias mentioned, in the Brazilian state, we implemented 2023, and we raised the National Fertilizers Plan. We've implemented the National Plan of Degradable Areas Recovery, which is growing at about 1.5 million hectares a year. Also, in a 10-year perspective, by incorporating and converting 10 million tons and 10 million hectares of degraded land in grain, soil, fiber, bioenergy, fruits, and meat, we'll need at least an additional 15 million tons of fertilizer, more than the 15 million tons that we are already consuming. So this is the main challenge. But as we grow, challenges grow with us. 50 years ago, that was not our problem, because we imported food, we imported technology, and nowadays we guarantee most of the world's food security. But talking about perspective, we should bring good news. And the Safra plan, we have available 525 billion reais to our producers. Out of those 525 billions, 325 billions is to support that. And part of that supports the fertilizer sector. Talking about Sovereign Brazil has a dedicated line of investment for fertilizers. The negotiation of debts from our producer is already on stage. And talking that the Ministry of Agriculture, in partnership with several other ministries like the Ministry of Treasury, the Civil House, the Ministry of Ports and Airports, is urgently and strategically more than supporting the sector, working hands together with the sector. Last Friday, Conaportos approved and disclosed to all Brazilian ports the Resolution 3 of 2026, whereby it is guaranteed celerity in birthing and for fertilizers in Brazil. This renders into predictability for harvest, reduction of lines and costs, reduction of storing, reduction in all sense. Likewise, we are acting together with Itamaraty and our 40 agricultural edits worldwide. We cannot remain on the northern hemisphere to export potassium to Brazil. You all members of the sector are well aware on the reliance we have from the northern hemisphere. The same way we depend on natural gas, urea from the Middle East, and the same way we depend on phosphorus from some countries, especially from the African continents and other countries from the northern hemisphere and Asia. Therefore, we are promptly acting hands together with different segments of the sector, especially with Simperfect, and with other entities from the fertilizer sector in order to reduce our deficit on urea, and in the same way, balancing the situation of potassium. We are acting promptly in order to overcome our challenges with phosphates and BRIM. And aside from the news that were about legal lawsuits, both Prophet and PL 114, I would like to highlight it's always good to remember that Brazil is leading in the segment of inputs. We've developed the national plan of inputs that over the last 4 years, Chiquinho, is growing 14% a year in an average. No other segment in the agribusiness, Mr. Geraldo, has grown such a rational. In the last 4 years, December 2025, we have registered in Brazil, Dr. Geraldo, our vice president, almost 1,300 bio inputs that producers can purchase. Most of them are biofertilizers. Brazil nowadays exports bio inputs. We came from a previous market in 2021, which built at about 1 billion reais. In 2025, the market of bio inputs, Chiquinho, has built over 6.5 billion reais. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the leadership that Brazil has in new segments for 20, 30, 40 years ago. We are not talking about that, about bio inputs. And nowadays we are the main player. This is the positive perspective that I would like to share on behalf of Minister André de Paula, on behalf of our peers in the Brazilian government, to producers and partners in the agricultural sector in Brazil. And I would like to say, Minister Roberto, with your enthusiasm and your wisdom, that global agriculture is one of the sectors most influenced by all types of crises. And undoubtedly, we are the main element to overcome the three main challenges of humankind: food security, energy security. And why is that? Because we are leaders in the production of biofuels and climate security. Because until the paradigm shifts, one of the main paradigm shifts in biology shifts, we are only able to do photosynthesis with chloroplast, which is the main way to do photosynthesis by cultivating our soil. May we all have a great event. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada pelas palavras.
Thank you for your words, Mr. Secretary. And now we will see the pronunciation and video of Federal Deputy Arnaldo Jardim. I would like to congratulate everyone who's participating in the National Congress of Fertilizer, the 13th edition, promoted by UNDA. Congratulations to Elias, our chairman. I would like to greet UNDA's board. I would like to greet each one of you that will interact, make business, talk about the sector, exchange experiences, and move forward such a strategic segment to our country. Right now, recently I was the rapporteur in the national policy for critical strategic minerals. We've included there the issue on fertilizers as something pivotal. An agro-environmental powerhouse that Brazil is in a worldwide context, having such an Achilles heel regarding fertilizers isn't fitting to our pursuit of national sovereignty and the growing role that our country has in the international context of the nations. Therefore, this is why I am very cheerful on the topics that you will be talking about. Geopolitics, the supply, all criteria so we can have our national production of fertilizers harmonized, in tune with a dynamic, innovative agro that is sustainable as the one we practice here in Brazil, where the issue on the enhance of productivity and competitiveness is a vital guideline. Hence, the topic of the Congress matches the priorities of our agricultural sector. Recently, we've had the approval of Prosperity, which now awaits presidential sanction in the chamber, in the Senate. That was something vital, vital future, so we can move forward with a strategic perspective on fertilizers. We've had the approval of the Bioinputs Act, and now we are proactively participating on its regulation. These are some of the steps that I cast right now on the effort of offering a legislation so that you can, as operators, producers, traders, all the distribution chain of fertilizers being integrated in order to supply that sector, in order to offer Brazil a consistent policy of fertilizers, effectiveness, and confettes functionality, as well as others that may balance this endeavor. I hope you all enjoy the Congress and you can rely on us. Now we'll have the video pronunciation of the Federal Deputy Congressman Pedro Lupion, President of FPA. Hello, I am the Federal Congressman Pedro Lupion, President of the Agricultural Livestock Front. Unfortunately, I am not able to be with you in this important Congress powered by UNDA, this important association that represents the sectors of fertilizers, and that we must value, we must give prestige and cheer its importance. I would like to send my regards to Mr. Elias Lima, the chairman of the board, to all companies and partners and everyone part of UNDA to highlight the need you supply to our productive sector. Our job in Brasilia has always aimed at providing the best to the productive sector of rural producers and obviously its suppliers. We're experiencing a very hard moment right now, a moment where the production costs are very high. We are dealing with several issues regarding the cost of production. Producers have debts, and that has affected each of your companies and the fertilizers market. Our job is aimed at giving and at soothing the aches of our clients, are the ones responsible for us to be here, but mainly making our Brazilian market increasingly more powerful, more representative, so that we have fertilizer reaching the four corners of Brazil. We have importation issues. We need to improve the costs. We need to make higher profitability possible, and that needs a constant dialogue, a conversation with the sector, and everything depends on our parliamentary front on agriculture and livestock that does this job in Brasilia and is together with us at IPA, the Instituto Pensar Agro, or Pensar Agro Institute. You are the ones supporting us technically to discuss the topic, and I am at your disposal. Both me, me as well as the other congressmen and senators that are part of this front. We are in a pivotal moment where we need to elect ourselves, we need to be elected or need to elect the next parliament members to defend the interests of the sector of fertilizers, and undoubtedly you can keep counting on us. I hope you enjoy the Congress, the event, and you can rely on FPE. Moving on with our schedule, now we'll have another video pronunciation of the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, Márcio Elias Rosa. Special greetings to everyone from MDIC, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Services. As we all know, Brazil has in the fertilizer sector the acknowledgement, which is something is absolutely vital input, and we need to undertake the commitments and perform measures in order to reduce our vulnerability. The adoption of steady measures so that, in the one hand, we can preserve the economic structure that already exists, and on the other hand, enhance production, enabling the access to other suppliers and markets. Resuming the plans on plants and factories is a good sign of that. That government has supported the adoption of measures that are meaningful to the resuming the production. That's how it happened at Araucária in Paraná, at FAPEN in Sergipe, FAFEN at Bahia, at Salitre region in Minas Gerais. These are good examples that we are able to resume production from a measure taken by the federal government. On the other hand, resuming CONFET by the beginning of 2023, our council, and now more recently the approval of PROFERT. They signal that we'll have better times to come, and we all need to be aligned. Production and expansion, access to markets, purchase, credit lines in order to invest, to make investment accessible for those who produce or those who would like to produce. And we know that this is something absolutely vital and strategic to our economic development. The federal government will always walk hand in hand with producers, with entrepreneurs investing in the sector. The federal government would like to increase the production of fertilizer in order to reduce vulnerabilities. And in order to have that, such events as the one we are having today and the action of the Congress and the performance by UNDA, I wish you all health and happiness. And now, to wrap up the official opening of the 13th CBFER, I would like to give the floor to our Vice President, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin. Everybody, I would like to greet Elias Alves Lima, who's the chairman of UNDA, the Administration Council. Minister Márcio Elias Rosa was present via video, our Congressman Pedro Lupion, Arnaldo Jardim, Kleber Soares, Executive Secretary of MAPA, Geraldo Melo Filho, Secretary of Agriculture and Supply of the State, Professor Roberto Rodrigues. Such a joy to see you again. Alceu Elias Feldman, who will be paid homage here, but I would like to thank Elias for the invitation. I would like to say that by the end of this meeting, of this working meeting, this Congress, please send us the suggestions, proposals that were born out of this important meeting, the 13th Congress of UNDA, because we are here to listen. And I would like to highlight the hard times we are going through. The war in the Strait of Hormuz. One of the most affected sectors is the fertilizer sector, as well as the fuel sector. And related to fuels, the federal government has removed all taxes on diesel, PIS and COFINS, hence giving a subvention in order to alleviate the effects of this war in Brazil. Besides that, we've broadened biofuels, biodiesel. We had 10% of bio and diesel. Now we have 12, 13, 14, 15% of bio and diesel, and ethanol, where we had 27.5%. Now it's 30, and recently 32%, in order to avoid the issue on oil or petroleum byproducts. Regarding fertilizers, President Lula must sanction in the next few days the issue of PROFERT. Thereby we'll have funding, and that's something important, and we'll increase the mixture. Next year, it starts with a minimum of 2% of national fertilizers, and that will follow a crescendo up to 2037 when we will reach 10%. Besides that, besides the funding, also I would like to highlight here that tomorrow there will be the meeting of the CMNE, the National Monetary Council, and Brasil Soberano 3, or Sovereign Brazil 3, 3.5 billion reais for the companies affected by the taxes launched by the American government, as well as other issues related to conflicts. So those who were affected lost the capability of reaching out to the market, and these affected ones will be supported. And out of this 2.5 billion, 4 billions are just for fertilizers alone. So starting tomorrow, CMNE, the National Monetary Council, being approved, you can reach out to BNDES, because you have fundings varying from 6.3 up to 9.6% for investment and capital flow. Also, I would like to highlight TLP 114, which removes FREIN, that additional on shipping for the merchant marine. It will be suspended, hence helping reducing costs, and that establishes a tax-based credit until 2031 of 1 billion a year to that won't have to pay taxes, that will have tax credit up till 2031. And I would like to highlight that we must reduce that reliance, that external reliance. There will always be some reliance, but we need to reduce that as much as we can. Regarding nitrogen-based, nitrogen is in the air. 80% of what we inhale is nitrogen and 20% oxygen. So when we exhale, we give it back the 80%. So how to get nitrogen from the air and transform that into urea, ammonia? Then we depend on natural gas, and the price of natural gas is extremely meaningful. So there's been a huge effort in order to increase the offer of natural gas. All new prospections must have the removal of natural gas and gas pipelines. On the other hand, we've resumed the factory of Fafem at Camaçari, Araucária, in Paraná, Sergipe, and Três Lagoas. They might be ready in 1.5 years. They will be the biggest factory in Três Lagoas, Mato Grosso do Sul. That might help at about 35% in the national supply. Now, regarding potash mines, so this is where we have the legal and environmental solved in Altazes, the Amazon, where unfortunately several years had taken with the public prosecutor's office and the judiciary, but it's pretty much solved right now. And potash also, and mines, we have a reliance on its solubility and sulfuric acid and brimstone. That gives huge stress. So as Dr. Kleber, diplomacy is being endeavored worldwide in order to bring phosphor and brimstone and sulfuric acid. We are carrying out good conversations. 40 embassies are undertaking that task regarding fertilizers with good and swift follow-up, we believe, in Morocco. But I would like to give my kind regards to everyone here for this important Congress, and I would like to request Elias to send us the proposals, suggestions that might be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. So we will now close the opening ceremony of the 13th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress. I would like to please remain on stage Elias Alves Lima, the President of ANDA, Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, and Professor Roberto Rodrigues. And please, the others, take your seats. We will now have a very special moment in our Congress.
Senhora.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, ANDA will pay a special tribute to important player in the Brazilian fertilizer industry, and it's the recognition of the whole sector. Dr. Alceu Elias Feldman was acclaimed by unanimity as the grantee of this recognition. So to pay this tribute, we would like Elias Alves Lima, the president of ANDA, Dr. Roberto Rodrigues, and the president of Geraldo Alckmin. And with a lot of honor and recognition of all of those present here, I would like to invite to the stage our honoree, like Alceu Elias Feldman, founder and president of the Fortipa Group.
Para fazer uma saudação.
And for this special tribute, please take the podium so the President Elias Alves Lima. Also, on behalf of all the councilors that approved unanimously this tribute, I would like to thank you for all the work, dedication to the fertilizer sector in Brazil. So now moving a little bit away from the protocol, I've met Alceu in the year 2000 when I was at, we were acquiring a unit like a port and a fertilizers plant in Paranaguá. And Alceu, with all his humbleness, came to talk to me about like important topics at that moment where we were getting there that marked my trajectory in professional terms. So congratulations for this tribute. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's get to know a little bit about this recognition and the life and work of our honoree, Alceu Elias Feldman. So Brazil is seen as the silo of the world. But do you know that it has not always been this way? So in the 40s and 50s, most of all our soils, especially in the Cerrado, were considered unfertile and acid for large-scale agriculture. So the big turnkey was between the 60s and the 70s. With a lot of research and science, we found out the power of correcting the soil and vegetable nutrition. And we introduced fertilizers as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash, transform land in productive fields. In very few decades, Brazil no longer was like an importer to become a giant in exports. So the use of like fertilizers allowed us like to produce more in one single area, like preserving our forest and ensuring like accessible food in tables of millions of families. Today, like the history of the fertilizers continue to be written and focusing on technology, efficiency, and sustainability. And from now on, we will know and recognize those who made history in the fertilizers market in Brazil. So beginning with a person and an exceptional professional. So the story of Alceu Elias Feldman mix with the production of fertilizers in Brazil. So agronomist, graduated in the 1970s by the Federal University of Paraná. So he came like from the public schooling and began as an intern in Ultrafelto in 1969. So what was an intern became a passion for the life. So if you imagine that in 71, so we 55 years in fertilizers. And in January of 1980, so Fertipar was born. So we needed like important internal mixer like to follow this advancement of the agro and began a structured advancement in Paraná, the Northeast, and Rio Grande do Norte. So we never miss fertilizers for the agriculture. So we always had, and there was a very healthy competition. So the sector was always responsible for that big investments, infrastructure. So the pathway that needed the courage, and the sector faced like dramatic moments. So the implementation of the Plano Real, and the foreign crisis in 1989, and the pandemic, and the world conflicts and the recent wars. So climate changes that shook the market with our foot on the ground, and responsibility. It was a very long pathway, and sometimes we look at it and said, well, we know we won't make it. So we cannot have this trajectory in so many years and have resilience, responsibility, foot on the ground. At the beginning of his career, more than 7 changes, like from city to city. The family was always there, even when there was no time, like to put new curtains on the window in the new house. The same loyalty he brought to the business. In very difficult moments of like foreign crisis, Dr. Alceu gave a hand like to partners and others like to build his company. So now we have like a ballast that pass on like to other generations. So if Brazil is no longer hungry and feeds the world, it's because people like Alceu Feldman dedicated his life to nourish the soil. And then for those who are beginning now, this is a precious. And if you could, like, face as an intern, back then, what would you tell him now? I would say that, like, do not get too attached and run after your career, fight for it, be efficient. And for his inequitable like contribution of the production of fertilizers, and pays a very fair tribute for those who dedicated his life to nourish the life of our country. So Dr. Alceu Elias Feldman, the main player of the industry of fertilizers in Brazil. So a round of applause. So, dear friends, so Dr. Roberto, Mr. Elias will give, along with the President Geraldo Alckmin, they will give the award. Dr. Alceu receives at this moment like a plaque from UNDA and a painting of his own floor, like naive art from the Francisco Severino, the artist. Dr. Alceu, you have the floor. As Elias say, so first time that we speak in public. But here it's only like, it's just like to give thanks. So thank so the UNDA for the initiative and establish this tribute. I was quite touched and honored by the privilege. So it's a new program. So every year from now on, UNDA will pay a tribute to a leader in the sector, someone important in our sector. So first, I would like to thank UNDA. So this award coming from UNDA, this is outstanding, because UNDA is composed by all the small mixers and importers, producers. So it's the entity that represents the sector of fertilizers. So in fact, this tribute, I am being awarded from all my peers, on behalf of all my peers. We've been working together for 55 years. So with you, so this is extremely important. It's very gratifying to receive this tribute from those who are paying the tribute. So my friends, but we have producers, we have mixers, and some moments, as Elias said, we are partners, we are suppliers, we are clients, and we are also competitors. But we are all fighting for this sector of fertilizers. I would also like to thank my family, my partners, and mostly like to the team in Fertipar that stayed with me for 55 years that we've been together. So thank you. I would like to share this tribute with all that built and contributed to make this such an important sector for the success of our agriculture, as it has been seen in the video, and Elias and Professor also mentioned. So it's extremely important. Obviously, we have seeds and machines, but the fertilizers is the nutrient, as it has been said, like feeding the soil, we will have food. So all that contributed, the Fertipar began in 1980, but before that we had like important leaders that began this industry before me. I would like to share this homage with everyone. So receiving this from the hands of the Vice President and the President and my always Minister of Agriculture. So I would like to thank you all. So thank you very much and have a great Congress, everyone. Thank you. Congratulations once again to our honoree. And moving on with our agenda, so we close this moment. And we would like to invite everyone to go back to their seats in the audience.
Senhoras e senhores, registramos e
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank for more than 50 journalists here covering everything for the press, and also like 17 media companies who provide support in disclosure of the event. I would like to thank all participants who are watching us on YouTube and that honor us with their audience. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like your attention for the following announcement. So, all comments, opinions, text, images, tables, videos, and materials, iconographic materials presented during this 13th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress are full responsibility of the speakers, debaters, or moderators, as much as their companies and entities, and do not reflect necessarily the positioning of the organizing entity. So now we will move to the very first panel of this morning.
Senhoras e senhores, o primeiro...
Ladies and gentlemen, the first CB panel is the Geopolitics and Fertilizers, how Brazil can reduce vulnerabilities. So we'd like that the questions that you may have be done by written and give them to the receptionist in the room. Use the form that you have in the backpack that you received at the entrance. For those watching us on YouTube, we kindly ask you to send your questions by chat. And do not forget, like, your name, the city, and for those who this question is addressed to. Now we'd like to invite to the floor Eduardo de Souza Monteiro, Country Manager of Mosaic. And as debaters, Marcelo Altieri, President of Yara Brazil. Mr. Matias Spector, Director of School of International Relations at Getúlio Vargas Foundation. And also our Ambassador Rubens Barbosa, President of the Institute of International Relations and Foreign Trade.
Amigas e amigos,
Dear friends, we invite everyone and also our online audience to watch the video of our master sponsor, Mosaic. In the next decades, the world has this huge challenge, like double its production of food, like to supply the demand and the growing population. At the same time, working in harmony with the environment. We from Mosaic understand and embrace this challenge to increase the productivity in the field, the availability of food in the world, and improve the reality of the communities where we are. So we have global presence and we operate in more than 10 states in Brazil and in Paraguay. We extract from nature the necessary minerals with care and precision because everything in nature is cycle. What is a mineral today transforms itself and goes back to the field in the shape of nutrients for the animals and the soil as fertilizers. And what gets to the table represents the value that the agribusiness has for the whole society. Mosaic, helping the world to produce the food that it needs so much. To begin the panel, now I will pass the floor to Mr. Eduardo to begin. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. It is with great pleasure to coordinate this first panel of the 13th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress. And I'd like to salute the participants here in the audience, those who are also watching us online, more than 2,000 people at this moment, and especially our three debaters. So the president of IARA, Marcelo Cherry, Martins Spector, the director of the School of International Relations of FGV, and our ambassador, Rubens Barbosa, the president of Institute of International Relations and Foreign Trade. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. And today we will discuss one topic that is no longer a concern of specialists and became a part of all the decisions of companies and producers and governments, geopolitics. So for many years, the fertilizer sector worked with the expectation that the international flow would continue working in a relatively predictable way, but this reality changed. For the past few years, we lived the pandemic, wars, and economic sanctions, and trade restrictions, logistic problems, and a growing dispute among countries for energy, minerals, and strategic raw materials. So the world became much more fragmented and volatile and less predictable. And for Brazil, the scenario is, demands like attention. We are an agriculture powerhouse, but we import most of all the fertilizers we consume.
That means that most of our capability of producing food depends on decisions, conflicts, logistic routes, and local suppliers located miles in distant and remote farms. And the agricultural force, therefore, lives with a structural vulnerability that should not be taken for granted. The recent Princeton crisis is something very concrete. Is that a very concrete example of such vulnerability? That's a vital material for making sulfuric acid and phosphate fertilizers, and the relationship of the Strait of Hormuz has compromised the capability of local production. It has reduced availability, pressed costs of fertilizers in the whole chain. And this is not a discussion in the abstract. Phosphate fertilizers become significantly more expensive, forcing producers to reduce the application. And when we reduce the reposition of phosphorus in the soil, we are not only talking about reducing costs and its spreadsheets. We are talking about the risks on the productivity for the next harvest and the sustainability of the Brazilian agricultural system. That's very concerning. The increase in inputs cost influences the capital of producers, and at the same time that we are living more restricted environments, this is another component that must be added to that equation. More expensive credit, more selective with greater difficulty and release lagged, and the perception of risk is increased in the whole chain. That impacts the segment of fertilizers. The greater the cost, the more financial exposition of producers, corporations, distributors, the financial institutions themselves. That reduces the appetite for new concessions. It increases the requirement on warranties and limits the access to resources. Therefore, we create here a very concerning cycle. And geopolitics makes risk more expensive. The rarest inputs broaden the need for funding. A bigger credit risk makes our reduction, increases our restrictions, and this is what we've seen so far this year. A reliance on technology and eventually difficulties for the next harvest, for the next crop. We need to discuss the supply security, not as something merely industrially. It is related to credit, to productivity, to food security, and economic security in Brazil. And faced with that scenario, two words on my conceptions are vital: the diversification and resilience. We need to diversify the origins of fertilizers and raw materials that we import. It is not healthy for an agricultural powerhouse to be excessively exposed to the supplies of fewer countries and fewer logistical routes. And that does not mean giving away traditional business partners. That means rather broadening alternatives, building real relationships, and reducing the reliance of any specific origin. And at the same time, we need to strengthen the national production. And here, folks, Brazil will not be self-sufficient. And that is, and perhaps that's not even economically viable, aiming at such self-sufficiency at any cost. We must and we should produce internally a bigger portion of what we consume, especially when we have resources, technology, and market. And in order to do that, we need regulatory security, effective licensing, infrastructure, tax competitiveness. We all know the sector suffers a lot with those tax distortions. We need investment and long-term strategy that would thrive after every government changes. Supply security means matching national competitivity, international diversified international suppliers, and our capability for resilience. And that diversification must happen in the other side of our commercial balance. We cannot only discuss what we import in terms of fertilizer, but we need to understand what we export of our agricultural products. And nowadays, China is a strategic partner, extraordinary relevant strategic partner. But there is a huge concentration of our agricultural concentration in one single market. That relationship right now is undoubtedly be preserved, strengthened, but at the same time, we need to broaden our presence in other regions. We need to look after new markets like Asia. We need to deepen our relationship with the Middle East. We need to develop opportunities in countries that show a populational growth, income raising, and higher demand for food. Many countries and regions may provide fertilizers and energy, and they are also important importers of food. And here we have a huge opportunity of building broader relationships, connecting food security, fertilizers, investment, and external trade. That must be part of a coordinated strategy between state and private sectors. There is no silver bullet for that solution. We need to diversify our suppliers, the destinations, the origins. We need to build strategic relationships. We need to invest in infrastructure. And we need to create mechanisms that enable us to cross moments of crisis as the one we are crossing right now with credit and availability of sulfur. But we also need to think about innovation. we need to think about new technologies, and mineral fertilizers will remain indispensable, vital for our chain. But we see the new wave of biological products, regenerative agriculture, technologies that enhance the use of nutrients and solutions that enable us to extract more outcomes from each unit, and that may contribute in an important way. And that's not about replacing one technology for another. It's about rather matching solutions in order to enhance effectiveness, resilience, and the productivity of the Brazilian agriculture. And now, folks, we reach the topic on how to transform all that vulnerability along this long-term strategy. How can we do that, after all? And in order to answer that question, we have here 3 professionals, scholars, and 1 diplomat that will start this first round of discussion, and right after, we will open to interact with you all. And I would like to invite my first guest to be part of the debate, Marcelo. Marcelo, you're following the impacts on those global transformations on the industry and Brazilian producers. And in order to open our conversation, Brazil is more vulnerable than it used to be 5 years ago, or were we able to learn something with the recent clashes that we are faced with? Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you for the invitation. Matias, thank you. Pleasure to share the panel with you. When we talk about geopolitics and fertilizers, normally we start by the same topic, the reliance. And we all know that Brazil relies 85% of what is consumed here is imported. Besides that, in the last 5 years, our industry of fertilizers is debilitated. We've closed more factories than we made others operational in the past 5 years, and that's something concerning. I think that all external moves forced us to become more prepared. I think we are experiencing, since we have a scholar here, we are experiencing a practical class on risk management. That's the scenario in the past few years. We've have more than 43, I don't know what the number, but 43 million tons of fertilizers in a very complex environment. So I think we are making our homework. Of course, history started in 2021, the pandemic times, war between Ukraine and Russia, sanctions that make our jobs more difficult, and recently, the conflict in the Middle East. So we've been through a lot, but what's clear, and I think it's a takeaway learned, that the logistic chains can be interrupted in overnight. And that's something that we all learn. And the main learning for companies is that effectiveness without resilience is very risky, and the whole industry and sector has worked in order to enhance effectiveness, connecting origins with the destinations, making costs run shorter, and we became very concentrated in some areas. An example, at IATA, we had to change our full chain in order to keep ourselves operational. And nowadays, we also have to remind that the geopolitics entered in the agriculture and the farmers' mathematics and consumption and so on. So it's not a minor topic. But the good news is that we've learned a lot. We learned to diversify ourselves, to have a better planning, a smarter logistics, and having better risk control. And of course, we've learned to be competitive in a different fashion, because competitive is not just about being effective. Competitiveness now depends on being able to keep on adding value even though external conditions change. This is the greatest challenge of our industry right now. And as a company, we are unable to control global crisis. That's very difficult. But we can control our exposition to risks and what we can do. So when we talk about fertilizers and local production, I think that it's something unfathomable. Eliminating international dependence, that's not possible. But we need to work in order to minimize our vulnerabilities. We have to work in order to diversify such a risk, and above all, talking more and more about supply security. And that's key here, because I think Brazil cannot intend to produce everything they consume. No country, actually. No agricultural powerhouse is 100% self-sufficient. They all rely on international trade, and Brazil will not be an exception. But we have to minimize the dependence in some elements that is nowadays very strong and very clear. But I would like to bring something new. So far, we've focused on having security and guaranteeing access to fertilizers, but the world is changing very rapidly, and today there are new requirements. The world economy is looking to an energy transition. We are making energy in a different way, in a cleaner way. We are also changing the way food is produced. So in the future, being competitive with a low carbon emission will be something very relevant for a country like Brazil. You can talk to retailers, investors, clients, consumers, and we all have to start understanding how products are reached and what is the carbon footprint of that. It is an industry that's been growing. The way we produce food and the ways we have to produce fertilizers, everything will change. And Brazil is one of those countries that are in a very well position to do that transition. Brazil does not need to choose one or two, A or B. Brazil can keep on producing more, being more productive, more profitable, taking a stance before the world, a more sustainable offer. And I would like to remind everyone here, there is Yaristan, and of course you have coffee and potato that were produced with renewable, that were produced with fertilizers, renewables-based fertilizers. This is not the future. It's already happening. We are already able to produce things with lower emission. We can be more productive, and we can be profitable, because everything must walk hand in hand together. And if there is one single market in one country able to do that transition, to make that transition happen, is Brazil. Undoubtedly, there is no other country in a better spot than Brazil. Brazil does not have to choose between either feeding the world or producing clean energy. Brazil can do both. But in order to do that, we need to move forward in supply security, innovation, and decarbonization. I think this is the path. This is the roadmap. Nice. Thank you, Marcelo. I think you brought important topics. The supply security does not mean necessarily to produce everything eternally. It but rather strengthening what we are able to produce in a competitive fashion, being aware of risks, diversifying the origins, suppliers, having capability to act, and the perspective of the industry, and helping to understand how companies are aimed at greater resilience while faced with a increasingly more complex world landscape. Now I'd like to broaden our focus towards geopolitics, and then Matthias, who's looking at geopolitics with a magnifier, and you've been studying that. The question you have to answer is direct. Does Brazil have a real power of bargain in this international chess table on fertilizer, or will we keep on undertaking price and risk? We are one of the main buyers of fertilizer worldwide, an important supplier for food security for many countries. How can we transform the commercial relevance and geopolitical relevance? Well, great. Good morning, everybody. The Brazilian drama may be explained in the following nutshell. 25 years ago, in the beginning of the century, we've had a revolution in Brazilian agriculture. That revolution produced a virtuous balance. The introduction of genetically modified soy and other cultures in such a country that didn't produce enough if compared to its territorial size, and a phenomenon that is the overall enrichment of Brazilian agriculture by producing the necessary dollars so Brazil could stabilize its currency, hence entering in a minimally virtuous roadmap after decades of very perverse roadmaps for Brazilian citizens, for overall Brazilian citizens. Such a revolution that create that balance is what produced the private sector that we have here today, that is represented here today. The companies you represent are the product of that scenario and that political cycle that was so positive, that is geopolitically marked by the entrance of China in the World Trade Organization in 2001. And the transformation it carried for the international economy, increasing the consumption of mineral and vegetable and animal protein. But what happens is that such virtuous world reached an end. It started collapsing in 2021, as Marcelo mentioned, and it exposed the main fragility that the Brazilian agriculture has. The geopolitics is not that prices raised the inputs that the Brazilian agriculture needs, but the virtuous balance was broken by geopolitics, starting with the Russian invasion in Ukraine in 2022, moving towards what is the war between the U.S. and Iran. Most and foremost, aside from those main headaches for Brazilian producers, due to the fact they have of bringing fertilizers, from which we rely on, and I understand that 85% of what Brazil needs comes from overseas. Besides that, there is the end of this positive scenario of the entrance of China in the international capitalist economy. Because in fact, we have a competition between the US and China that just transformed the relationship that China has with proteins and a problem of national security for the United States and China. Therefore, the central decisions on how to regulate such value chains, on how a country can manipulate inputs in order to mitigate the development of that. Everything is an object of geopolitical dispute, a heavy one that 5 years ago wasn't like that.
So we can calculate it any way we want it, like the positive relationship that Brazil has with Russia, that Brazil has with Iran, or with China, like 3 countries from the BRICS, and we are the founder members. So theoretically speaking, we could say that Brazil, is swimming by far differently from Canada or Australia. Brazil has like open heart in relation to China, Russia, and Iran. And however, the capacity that Russia, China, and Iran has to deal with Brazil is mitigated by the competition that they have with the Western world and the United States. So even if the Chinese government has all the goodwill in relation to Brazil, the capacity that the Chinese government has to make a decision over phosphates in relation to Brazil, which is guided by a calculation based on friendship and empathy with Brazil, it's mitigated because the obsession that China has is with preventing that the United States may use agriculture as a way to keep China in that position that they have and that they cannot climb up like in power positions in the world scenario. So this way, Brazil has been drawn to a situation that Brazil does not have any control. Brazil has zero capacity in terms of influencing this dynamic in relation between the big powers. So what is placed here is what can we do? So there are some things that we can, no doubt about it. So you, Eduardo, you began with your initial words saying that something that for me is core, that almost no one talks about. Brazil needs to speed up, like reduce its dependence from China, not because China is bad, but because like exporting like 30% of everything that you sell in the world to one single country is like you are asking for trouble in the mid-range. So the Brazilian government has already started doing that. So we can criticize that it's too slow, it began too late, but there is a movement towards that direction. So the President of the Republic recently was in Seoul, in South Korea, in Indonesia, and India, and had a lot of meetings with countries in Asia, trying to diversify the Brazilian trade. So we are negotiating an agreement with Singapore. So there is a possibility to negotiate like free trade between like Mercosur and Japan and Mercosur and South Korea. So the government is also sending a new generation of ambassadors to those countries. But this is a new reality for Brazil. Just so you have an idea, this past year, Brazil had much more trade with Vietnam than with any other Latin American country, with the exception of Argentina, Mexico, and Chile. So this is shocking. We have more trade with Vietnam than with Peru. However, our capacity to operate in this world is very small. Think about your own companies. How many are ready to operate in Asia? So no one in Brazil is ready to operate in Asia. So I am from the academia. I can say that we do not have any training course in any Brazilian university, public or private, no training course where someone from Brazil could study like politics, economy, and foreign relations from any country in Asia. So we do not have anything related to China, about Japan. Therefore, we are navigating in the darkness. So this is the very first thing that we must have. The second thing that we must do, and Marcelo brought that too, one of the biggest dramas Brazil has is logistics. And the matter of the fact is that the geopolitical crisis in fertilizers exposed the Brazilian limitations applied to logistics. And that tends to grow because the matter of the fact is we have a continental-sized country. So to bring a fertilizer to the farm that needs it, it's not, trivial. And we have this logistic mesh, which is very poor, that needs heavy investments. And if we do not equalize this problem, we will have a drama ahead of us. And then last, and I promise that I will end soon, we have this another dimension. The fact that Brazil, being a country that doesn't have like external enemies, isn't a natural phenomenon. It's the only country in the world that has like 10 neighbors and doesn't go to war with any of those countries for more than a century. This is good. But the fact that we do not have external enemies, but the worst enemy that we have is us. And the regulatory framework is horrible. The fact is that our political system is designed to ensure that small little interest groups can create trouble to the economic development of the country. So I was having coffee before. We were talking about the regulatory framework in Paraguay and how many times during coffee we come to the conclusion that Paraguay has a better governance than Brazil. However, when the topic is agriculture, the fact is that Paraguay is much more attuned to the signs than we are, because we are huge, by our own nature. We tend to be very like looking at our own umbilical cord. But if we continue looking for the past 25 years, remaining for the next 25 years to come, it's going to be a disaster. So we must wake up that geopolitics have changed for good. In the Brazilian agriculture, we will need to find a new way and a new point of equilibrium to continue profitable. Otherwise, we will move towards a direction that will not mirror like the very good experience of the past few years. So your analysis help us like to observe that the volume of purchase and export isolatedly will not become an influence. So to increase our power of negotiation, we must combine market scalability with strategy. We must coordinate. So a better coordination, better aligned between the private and public sectors, thinking about long-run partnerships with international partners. And we must also look like the origin of the inputs and the destination of our agricultural products that we export. And that leads us like to the Brazilian diplomacy role. So Ambassador, once again, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. So as very few people do know, like the economic policy and the construction of international relations. So my provocation here is, so Brazil uses its diplomacy the right way, like to guarantee the supply of inputs and fertilizers to continue with our agricultural production, or are we still missing a way like to integrate strategically as a state policy? And how can we preserve and strengthen our relationship with China, as Matthias mentioned, and also open new markets to reduce our dependency? And within all that, so what should we do? Like to build a real diplomacy for fertilizers and food capable to move beyond governments and consolidate itself as a state policy. Thank you very much for the invitation. So the simple answer to your question is no. Brazil does not use its diplomacy. And for those who have interest, so I wrote an article showing the loss of space in international negotiations and in diplomacy. In our case, not to repeat what had been said, we would need to understand like the background, what is happening in the world and in Brazil, because here, we benefited from a very relaxed situation until the turn of the century, with growth and many other positive things. But from the turn of the century, on the opposite of China, so with the emergence of China, so the world changed. So this bipolar competition between the U.S. and China now prevails. It's not new. It's been happening like for the past 4 years. What got worsened in the global situation were the conflicts like Ukrainian war, Iran war, and Lebanon and Israel and Gaza. So a lot of impact mentioned here, but we must understand that this world that we are currently living in, it's totally different from the world that we've lived, that everyone lived for the past 80 years. So the world after the war until now, 80 years ended. And in Brazil, many people, especially the political tier, has not realized this change that happened in the world. As it has been mentioned indirectly here, the countries look for adjustments and adjust themselves to this new situation. And now we have a concept of like economic safety. So all countries are looking for this minimum guarantee that their own vulnerabilities will be met by their own actions. So here in Brazil, like the Ukrainian war, when it erupted, brought to the evidence this vulnerability that we are now discussing here. So how could it be possible that the Brazilian engine, as it has been said, so Brazil passed the U.S. as like the biggest agricultural products exporter. It's not possible that the private sector and the government allowed that this dependency in fertilizer of 85-90%. This was like happening like throughout the decades because the growth of Brazilian agriculture, it's been taking like 20-25 years to get where we are. But no one realized this external dependency that we have. So we can mention other vulnerabilities here applied to the sector. But what is important to say is that we be aware that the world has changed. Brazil changed as well. So the rules changed. So no rules anymore. So the International Trade Organization changed, the UN changed. So we see what is happening in Gaza and the Ukraine. So the things that were unthinkable like 5-10 years ago with the prevalence of the international law. Now we do not have like the UN, we do not have the trade organization, so it's a law of the jungle. So within this context, I insist on that. Here in Brazil, people have not realized, and we see that in the electoral debate for the next election. So who is thinking about the vulnerabilities that Brazil has? We're talking about education, but everything is generic. So one thing that was mentioned, like Singapore, China, that education played an extremely important role, like logistics for everything here in the country. So all these vulnerabilities deserved like a straightforward attention like from the new government. So all of us here will be impacted by the new government. So within 4 years' time, if this perception that the world changed, that Brazil needs to adjust itself, that needs to correct gradually, like many different things that we know in your sector, we know that this is not resolved like from night to day. We have investments, time. So we need like a special programming in terms of like mid-long run state policies and not government policies, planning, mid-long run. If we remember that the last planning exercise in Brazil was in 1970-something with Geisel and Reis Veloso. So within 60 years' time, we had no planning. Every other 4 years, like priorities changed. So either we adjust ourselves and this thing related to economic security becomes like a goal for the new government to correct all the vulnerabilities, including the one placed in the question, like the vulnerability related to our dependency with foreign trade, like very few products and very few markets. Now we are having placed in this effort, and it was not led by the government, it was led by the private sector to diversify our markets. And we also changed, and this is positive, in relation to the trade negotiations. This was an advancement in the Mercosur, in spite of all the different opinions that we have, the Argentina and Uruguay positions to do independent negotiations. So in spite of that, for the past 2-3 years, we moved forward. So we signed an agreement with the European Union, with the free trade in Europe and Singapore. We are now negotiating with Japan, Canada, and other countries. This is quite positive. And we must continue with these trend of diversifying our markets. And when it comes to China, as was mentioned here, is crucial. We see China in the quinquennial plan for the next 10 years, recently approved by the party in China, is going to reduce the import of agricultural products. So they're concerned about the economic safety that I've mentioned. They do not want to depend on Brazil or the United States for supplying agricultural products internally. And that became a concern of all countries. So as just to give you like the backstage scenario, we have to design new policies because we have to think about the new government. So the new government must think about like renewed topics and policies for the mid-long run, and moreover, like pay attention to reducing the Brazilian vulnerability, like structural ones such as education, health, logistic, as much as like conjunctural vulnerabilities as the one I mentioned, the one applied to fertilizers, or the concentration of international trade and others. So it's important that we are aware that the world has changed and that Brazil, as any other country, must adjust itself, taking into consideration its economic safety. So we are 200 million inhabitants in a continental territory. We are not a small country. We have a special weight in the world, and there are some special sectors that we have a voice in the world, but we must think within a context of like mid-long run in strategy of external insertion and negotiation. Thank you, Ambassador. Your analysis reinforces the need that Brazil integrates like this safety of like supply, opening new markets, economic diplomacy, and a strategy for the long run. Our three panelists talked about how we are in face of this challenge that involves simultaneously the industry, agriculture, credit, international trade, logistics, diplomacy, and public policies. And now we will begin this round of questions to our panelists, as I received some questions from the audience, and I will be addressing the questions. First question we have goes to Professor Matias from Luiza Colhida Sul Norte. So given the current scenario of Hormuz in the Red Sea, what are the alternate routes that you could foresee, like the goodwill of Cape, Arctic, like new reference points? Wonderful. So the Iran War brought, as you know, this discussion on like maritime routes, and that a new international conflict arose related to the international rights over these seas and with conflicts with all the areas of the international trade, and now United States and China, in a scenario that began being seen, but it's not plausible for the next few years because it's a scenario that would demand billions of dollars in terms of investments and a long time for maturity. So like extract petroleum from the Persian Gulf, not by the Hormuz, not by the Gulf, but using the Red Sea. So this is not simple. And even though the Saudi Arabia and the Emirates they want to make that to happen, it's not plausible that this is going to happen in a closed scenario, and therefore this is not going to be translated in a sustainable drop in the price of the barrel of the oil.
The other scenario, obviously, is the Arctic. Global warming and the melting of the polar caps. The Arctic becomes a new scenario where not just you have a passageway, but you have the production of a potential oil production in certain amount. We still don't know what will come out of that, but we know that we have it there. But again, there is a struggle in course, and it's not just between US and China, but also the Nordic countries and Russia on how to manage this space. You've had the opportunity of seeing that in the beginning of the Trump's term. He stepped in by threatening Greenland with the possibility either purchasing Greenland or occupying Greenland or signing a treaty of defense that would ensure the U.S. to deploy troops in Greenland. So everything that seemed like a more or less fixed map is no longer the landscape for the international shipping of oil by sea is changing very rapidly, and that will greatly depend on an average oil barrel price to $80 or $100 or $120. What we can say beforehand is that the Brazilian capability of operating in this world should be quite good. We have over 8,000 kilometers of maritime frontier. Theoretically, we should be okay with that. But we don't have a coastal guard. Our main problem is not a competition between the main powers, but the capability that PCC, criminal organization, has over the Santos port and the port of Vitória, the port of Salvador, and the port of Recife. So we are lagging behind in this conversation. Another thing we can say is that the Brazilian diplomacy has always been great. The negotiation of the new maritime law is a chapter that starts right now and it must consume at least 1 decade from now. And I am quite sure that Brazil will be an active voice in that. And how you and the fertilizers industry will insert into that, that's up to you. Well, thank you very much for your explanation, Matias. And now we're gathering the questions of the audience because we're in the final minutes, but Mr. Ambassador, how can the government act in order to mediate the supply security that involves national production, international partners, logistics, funding new markets, food security? What Brazil lacks to integrate these agendas and having a true diplomacy on fertilizers and food treated as a state policy? Well, look, I think in order to do everything that you said, we need to have political stability, economical stability, and legal certainty. Without that, you don't have investment in areas that are interesting to Brazil. The investments will come from areas that are interesting to investors themselves. With an open economy, we accept that, and we see the procurement, and you see that in the news. Companies are purchasing rare material, American companies, and the Chinese automobiles entering Brazil. Instead of producing batteries here, we are purchasing batteries in China. So I think that what we are lacking in order to be able to do everything that's been included in the question is a state policy, again, that whose action comes from the business side as well as the governmental side, because I've been for years as the president of Fiesp and the chairman of an association of the wheat industry. I have some experience in the business area. I think the private sector has always expected for an orientation by the government. And with such a landscape that I've mentioned, that I talked about, the private sector must have a more active role that places the interests of the private sector in a clear fashion. In a democracy, I was ambassador in London and Washington, two big democracies. Well, I mean, the U.S. until Trump, now it's changed, but these were groups of interest in a democracy. And then you have the lobbies in the sense of this Anglo-Saxon sense, not in our sense, but lobbies are the ones advocating for the interests of concrete interests and real life interests in the private sector. As we are seeing in your sector has concrete interests, and they need to be defended. The private sector can no longer be awaiting the government to take the measures according to their own political interests. The private sector must take an active stance in advocating our interests, making legitimate pressure upon the government. And that's all very important. Now, starting January, with the composition of the new government and the composition of the ministries, may there be technical qualified people able to tackle the demands of this new world. That's all paramount, so that all the demands that the private sector has are answered. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, Marcelo, I will consolidate that because I have a plethora of questions regarding the fertilizer sector, and I'll try to cram them into two topics. First one, new technologies. How do we see the novelty of new technologies in order to corroborate this challenging scenario we are experiencing, and we are talking about inputs precisely. And besides that, we had questions from the audience on what are the main challenges of the national industry nowadays in terms of investment, what we are faced with, the incentives we have by the government are enough or not in order to unlock investments, and to what extent the legislation and the environmental regulatory milestone impacts the fertilizers industry. Well, and then I will add it up. Anyway, I will start by the second one. The industry need to remind that Brazil is the fourth market worldwide in the consumption of fertilizers. We have China, India, we have the USA, and we have Brazil. The main feature of Brazil is that it is located in the southern hemisphere. All the others are located in the northern hemisphere. And what does that mean? That means that when a northern market is demanding fertilizers, we don't have a huge demand, but whenever we are demanding that, the northern hemisphere has idle capability to support Brazil. This is a huge challenge. And this is why costs of fertilizers in Brazil are generally lower than in the rest of the markets. This is such a market where we call it a low-cost market, temperate market, because it is leveraged by its capability. It's very helpful having competitivity for Brazil, but at the same time, it's a huge challenge for local production, because in order to produce it locally, you need to compete with all these other markets that has a lower energy cost. And also, those markets have something that we don't have it here. Namely, these agricultural powerhouses all receive incentives, regulatory milestones, and they foster investments and even the consumption of what they produce in there. So Brazil needs to move forward in regulatory milestones, and it needs to move forward in incentives. So investments are materialized, but the root cause of energy costs, to give you an idea, gas. Here, you're able to have gas costs in Henry Hub in the Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America, I don't know how you prefer, the cost is $2-3. So in order to produce nitrogen, 80% of the raw material is spent. It's impossible to fight against that if you're unable to move forward in politics that foster those investments here. And bioinputs, Brazil is one of the markets that have more reaction. It's growing. I think the adoption of the technology by Brazilian farmers Brazilian farmers are always ahead of the curve. They're always looking for technologies in order to adopt them. And this is a matter of survival because they need to find ways to improve their productivity in an environment that is not favorable. You're witnessing the challenge for farmers to access credit. So bioinputs are a pathway towards having biology favoring farmers in order to provide more nutrients, having healthier plants with less stress in such a climate that changes dramatically. So Brazil will keep on growing. I think all companies that participated here have a line of bioinputs, and I think it's very good because Brazil has technology. It has Embrapa that generates information. There's a lot of research for us to work with, and we need to keep on having opportunities to keep evolving. Great, Marcelo, and if I can corroborate with your analysis, we are reaching the end of our panel. Very respectfully to the literature and the position of the authorities present here. But I was talking to Mr. Vice President Alckmin, and I told him that if you don't bring problems, you will be helping us a lot. The sector undergoes important tax changes that are harmful to farmers and agricultural costs. Items that had been transforming the PIS and COFINS have impacted us. The sector experiences the biggest credit crisis of the last 20 years, and that has impacted in a decisive fashion the capability of procurement by farmers. I was last week in the Ministry of Agriculture, and I was welcomed there. The solution of credit is not a solution because it will aggravate things, because we'll be producing less, and hence we'll be generating less wealth. That was impactful to agriculture. We have an extremely challenging regulatory milestone. We have Proferti, which is great, and it will help us in the mid and long term, but the sector must act. We need incentives right now. We need credit liberation urgently. We need support to purchase strategic inputs like sulfur. We see some factories being closed, and this is what we need. And when we look at the regenerative agriculture, undoubtedly, it is a trend that will be consolidated. It will help us navigate this scenario, reducing dependency, not eliminating, but that will be reduced substantially, making Brazil reduce an important geopolitical risk, because in bioinputs we have connections with all our natural reserve that we have here in Brazil, and we have conditions of being self-sufficient. We will not depend on importing anything from anywhere. So that's also something very important regarding that. But that being said, guys, folks, I would like to wrap up our debate, highlighting that Brazil is an agricultural powerhouse, but it will only be consolidated as a true, real powerhouse if we have a consistent strategy. I would like to thank Marcelo Altieri, Matias Spector, and Ambassador Rubens Barbosa for the depth, the clarity, and our contributions here. I would like to thank Anda and the audience present here, and everyone online with us. Thank you very much. And before leaving the stage, our friends from Anda asked us to wait a few more minutes. Exactly. Our dear friends, I would like to request you to remain in your seats, because we would like to invite everyone who's present here and those online to watch our video of our master sponsor 30 minutes before wrapping up this first panel. The industry of fertilizers feeds the world. The Strait of Hormuz, some factories are paralyzed. In 2025, Brazil delivered 49 million tons of fertilizers. Historical record. In 2026, the scenario has changed. The global offer is restricted, geopolitical conflicts, high prices. Brazil imports at about 85% of fertilizers. When the world shakes, our chain feels first. every crisis has a choice within it. Either we can expect a better scenario, or we can create solutions to cross that crisis moment as fast as we can. Fertilizeres works with you, the fertilizers industry, in order to bring solutions on agronomy and industry. We do that for almost 10 years, bringing to the fertilizers industry possibilities of generating economy, industrial effectiveness, and agronomic efficiency to your clients. Fertilizeres nowadays present in 10 countries, 5 continents, 4 production units, over 35 industrial partners in Brazil, and a portfolio built to tackle the moment that the sector is experiencing right now. Partnership in peaceful moments is easy. A real partnership takes place in hard times. And Fertilizeres is here in order to understand from you, the industry of fertilizers, what is the goal of your business, bringing economy solutions and highly effective solutions to your clients. EcoCoat, MicroPlus, Phoscoat, Nitrogen Duo are solutions that are born from industrial processes, bringing more outcomes for those who use fertilizers in the field. Innovation, pioneerism, and technology for fertilizer solutions of micronutrients and phosphorus stabilizers. Fertilizeres is here with teams and partners that build solutions all together, generating market trends for the whole agribusiness chain. Fertilizeres, blending innovation to feed lives. Now I would like to request a round of applause for this first panel of our morning. I would like to thank our moderator and our 3 guests. Now I would like to wrap up our first panel. We would like to invite everyone for a coffee break that will be served in the sponsors room. And for those online, we will return in 30 minutes. See you soon.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions, trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizers, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizers, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação de Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos big bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes. Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. Rafitec, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha Neocot CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento, além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução Fosprotec integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia Foscomplex em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grano, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a ADFET desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. ADFERT, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoat, MicroPlus, Foscoat, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo. Muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Yara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Yara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizers, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizers, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação de Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos big bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes. Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. Rafitec, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha Neocot CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento. além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução FOSPROTEC integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grano, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfert desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoach, MicroPlus, FosCoach, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo.
So with the Fertiminas, Grupo Indorama, Mosaic, NOC Global, Teixeira Têxtil e Ara Brasil. The good sponsor Armac, Bulk Lip Solution, K+S Brasil, OCP Brasil, Rafitec, Speciality e Transcopa Porto São Sebastião, and Silver sponsorship Acron Cesare Galvani. We inform you that this edition of the CB Fair is neutral in the emissions of greenhouse gases, with a neutral event from Febraplan. It's a social environmental responsibility for organizations aware of the climate changes. This event also counts on simultaneous translation into English and Libras, the Brazilian Sign Language.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so we may proceed. Now we will continue with the second panel. The second panel of the Brazilian Fertilizer Congress will touch the Brazilian economy, agribusiness, and fertilizers, risks and opportunities of the imbalance between global supply and demand. So once again, please, your questions addressed to the participants be written and use the receptionist in the room. Use the form inserted in your backpack that you've received. For those who are watching us online, please send your questions in the chat. Do not forget to say your name, the city, and to whom the question is addressed. So to coordinate this panel, we are honored to invite Gustavo Zaituni, Vice President of the Board of Directors of ANDA and CEO of Adufertil. As the speakers, we'd like to invite André Pessoa, President of AgroConsult. As debaters, Mr. Jefferson Souza, Input Analyst at Agrivest Commodities. So, dear friends, we invite all of you here and the ones watching us online to watch the video. I refer to the group Indorama. Since 1975, Indorama Corporation is a synonym of innovation and excellence in the production of crucial materials. Present in more than 25 countries, is one of the global leaders in fertilizers, polymers, fibers, and much more. The sector of fertilizers, Indorama is recognized worldwide by its capacity in production and distribution, meeting the agricultural demands in many different continents. In 2021, it strengthened its participation in Latin America with the acquisition of Adufertil fertilizers that had the biggest fertilizers plant and granulates in Brazil, in one of the biggest distributors in the country. Founded in 1980, Adufertil built a trajectory marked by dedication to the Brazilian agriculture, offering nutritional solutions of high quality to different crops. So our commitment is to understand the needs of each agriculture and offer personalized solutions that maximize productivity with a robust robust infrastructure and a strategic presence. We act in the center-south region in Brazil by means of our units strategically located in Jundiaí, Alfenas, and soon we will amplify our presence in Aracruz, reinforcing the proximity with the rural producers. So the power of Indorama, some added to our Fertil, prepare ourselves like for the challenges of the modern agriculture and contribute to the food security in Brazil. Ado Fertil Fertilizers, part of Indorama Corporation. So to begin the second panel of the 13th edition of the CB Fair, Mr. Gustavo, who is going to conduct the panel. So good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be here among so many friends, some people that I know and other people that are now joining us. And it's a pleasure to be here, like sharing this with Andrea and Jefferson. So two big ones in AgriConsult. So it's my job is going to be easy here, and we'll count with Andrea's presentation. Who's going to talk. The topic is long, but it interests everyone. The Brazilian economy, agribusiness, so some crops as if they're performing or not, and the impact on fertilizers, meaning that this is a topic of like practical impact on everyday's lives of everyone. So before I pass the floor to Andrea, we just had like the first panel talking about complex geopolitics, very volatile, unpredictable, and how it affects our lives in fertilizers. And now we will bring this to the domestic environment. So for sure, many here already contaminated by this difficult moment where we are in the midst of a perfect storm, like the trade relations are not historic ones, scarce credit, climate risk, debts that are piling up like from other harvests. So the environment is negative in the short run. However, we know that Brazil grows, and in the long run we will be well succeeded. So how do we deal with this dichotomy? So I'll pass the floor to Andrea, who is going to bring interesting data to all of us. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Gustavo. Initially, I would like to thank Anda for the invitation. It's a privilege being here, like and seeing so many friends again. I will salute everyone. I would like to salute especially Nelson Reis, who is here with us. So he was the one who gave me the first opportunity in this sector, and this trajectory is lasting for more than 30 years in this industry, an industry that we are very keen on, and we have many of our clients are here as well. So great pleasure accepting this invitation, and also like in the companionship of Gustavo and Jefferson, who are also like friends and trying to understand the markets. So it's quite a satisfaction. So the big challenge that we have here is that in a few minutes, so warm up our conversation and have like a ideas exchange. But my role here is just like to bring some figures and give a little bit of a backdrop, or to have an idea of the moment that we are currently living. It's a difficult year for the fertilizer sector, not only for the fertilizer sector, but for the agribusiness as a whole. It's a quite complicated year. So I will talk a little bit, and something interesting is that when it's bad as it was, it's good to look ahead, because we will always find something on what's yet to come, and some good things we can visualize in our conversation today. So the first thing that I would like to say, our numbers of planted area this year, we are practically not expecting any growth in soy. So Brazil is growing at a ratio of like between 500 and 1 million point half hectares, and we see the growth in soy. We are not going to have this lateral growth. So it's a repetition of last year's area. We still have an expectation of like slight growth in corn 26, 27 due to the winter crop. And I will talk about it, so that will depend on the window of opportunity planting and the El Niño's behavior. We've had a retraction, very meaningful, in wheat. And those who follow the market, you saw how it retracted the planted area of wheat. We do have good news in cotton. So the last harvest, it reduced its area, but this year is recovering. One of the crops that are good in terms of profitability, coffee, that continues growing with prices, with advancing. There is an expected advancement. And sugarcane, basically repeat the same area, like total area. And I'm considering like the sugarcane planted but also like all the byproducts that are produced in fertilizer. So pretty much like the same area. So we have a reduction in the rhythm of like area expansion. So when we consider all the crops in a small contribution, I also want to talk about like the price. Generally speaking, we can celebrate, even though we have lots of difficulties in terms of profitability and yield, but the prices stop at falling. And this is a good sign in terms of recovery for next year. So soy, finally, we will see in this 2027 harvest, like the amount of soy offered and the demand. We were accumulating stocks, and the price were like decreasing, and now we are in a moment that finally this curves will cross, and we will have in the next season more consumption of soy than offer of soy in the world. And so the mountain of stocks that we had will be reduced, with a sign for better prices. But we are still working with a modest recovery for prices for the 26-27 harvest. Reminding you that according to the international calendar, we work with October to September prices. 26-27 is October 26 to September 27. So prices will be a little bit better. Now they are above our projection, going above like $12 per bushel. But corn, we already have a deficit in the international market forecast for this harvest. We have positive signs, drought in Europe, difficulties in Ukraine, United States with a huge harvest but smaller than the previous year. So we have signs of better prices. We're still working with $5 by bushel for the 26-27 harvest. So wheat, we also saw a recovery in price with deficit between like offer and demand. If we look at the cotton, also we have a projected deficit for offer and demand, and prices will drop like to 80 cents, wheat above $6 per bushel. So prices stopped getting worse. That doesn't mean that yield will improve, because this year was a year that we faced a phenomenon that has been happening for some time. I built like a chart here, and I have a price index and a cost index, like in the main crop, which is soy in Brazil. And we have to weight the different production systems that use soy. In the south of Brazil, soy and wheat, and the more central area, soy, corn, and the winter crop, and then the others like cotton. So when you weight soy, I made sure that I had like the base index like 100, the harvest like 14, 15, better saying, before the pandemic. Because at that moment, if you look at the side chart, you see that the margins were floating around like 20-25 of the EBITDA margin in the production of soy in Brazil. And it's about the reference that we have for this activity in Brazil. So as it is a commodity, one year goes up, the other year a little bit down. But then later on, with pre-pandemic period, like 18, 19, until 21, 22, there was a phenomenon like in the price increasing. So the prices in blue line, they increased a lot. They almost doubled in a very short period of time. But the other line, like the orange line, the costs also increased in a very dramatic way. So after the pandemic, we began seeing a reduction in prices due to the recomposition of the stocks, good harvest, and followed that were recomposing the stocks, and the prices of the commodities, in this case of the soy, were falling, and the costs also were reduced, but they stopped falling 24, 25, and they went up again 24, 25, 25, 26, and 26, 27. This cost went up in the opposite direction of the prices of the commodities, and that affect the one on the side, which is the yield. And so we moved like from 25 of EBITDA margin, and we went to 50, 45, 50, which is not normal. And now we are in a level below 15%. The exception was at 2025 that had like the productivity was outstanding, especially in the Cerrado region. But we are in a level like below what would be normal in terms of margin. It's worth mentioning that between 18, 19, 21, 22, we expanded the planted area in Brazil in 10 million hectares. So in the back, that is this huge volume of investments, not only the acquisition of new land or like leasing of pasture to become plantations, but we had to prepare the soil, machines, rotating capital, infrastructure in the farms. So a huge volume of investments was made. And this investment, up to a certain extent, was not depreciated, not complete the payment. So this that I'm showing now, just as an example, like the north area of like Mato Grosso, like the BR63, the soy in blue, how much it contributed, and the corn in yellow contributed. For a typical producer who has 50% of the production in their own area and also in the leased areas, and they have like corn and soy. For the past few years, with the exception of 2024, that there was a break in the harvest, like a year of the El Nino. Compared to the other years, we only had one exception of 24, 25, an exceptional productivity, 25, 26, even with repeating the productivity, repeating its performance, the margins dropped, and 26, 27, and then we will have like a recovery in international prices. The margins will fall again, especially because of the increase of costs. Fertilizer is one of them, but it's not only. Many other cost items contributed for the reduction of this expected margin. So here I have another important crop like sugarcane. Also dropped a little bit of the traction in terms of like yield for the past few years, even though considering like for the plant and for suppliers, let's say the result is still positive. So what I'm going to show as a consequence of this process is here. So how much this blue line in the left chart is the amount of allocated resources in the soy system in the country. Well, in fact, our producers of soy, corn, cotton, and wheat, and the financial institutions, only in the financial institutions. So we do not have that with cooperatives, well, like the credit cooperative, which is in the financial system, but we do not have like agricultural cooperative, nor with the trade, with the resellers, with acquisition of land, only what passes by the financial system. So before we began like more robust image phase, we had around 40 billion reais, and we went up to 200 in the process of like increasing the planted area. So when the margins dropped, so the one on the right is an shows an indicator of leverage, financial leverage in agriculture used by the banks, and the EBITDA margin, the debt in relation to the EBITDA margin. So what's the capacity of like cash generation to make to tackle like the indebtedness when it's about like 2 times? So you owe 2 generations of cash flow. So this is within like the healthy area. So when it's above 2, then concern begins, and then the policies of like a grant, credit grant, and then like the limits are reviewed as well, and even like the demand for guarantees are extended because the leverage begins to become way too high. And we increase the leverage in 2026, and the forecast, looking at the numbers that I've just shown you, is that this number is going to increase again and get close to 3, meaning that there is a little bit of a discomfort and a perception of increase in risk in the system when it's like a credit grant. Everyone is aware of that, but it's a dynamic that it's different from when you're looking at the same relation like the indicators before the pandemic. We were not even close to 2. Obviously, there are cases of producers that work with a better leverage, but we have 2 big problems identified. First one is margins, tight margins, and the second one is the higher leverage. And on the left side, in the chart, if you look at the upper line, where we have like the numbers, those numbers are the level of the interest rates. So part of this debt was hired with interest rates of 2, 3, 5, 6%. And now the debt has to deal with an interest rate. We reached like 15%. And we know that this is the basic rate, like the real rate of the real world is 18, 22, 23. Like to roll out the debt. So 3 things combined: tight margins, the leverage high and going up, and capital cost with an interest rate which is incompatible with any productive licit activity. So there are some productive activities that eventually can deal with this interest rate, but the ones that we work with cannot deal with an interest rate of this level and for too long, and will year after year with very high interest rates. So the direct consequence is like the level of like complicated credit be renegotiated, or the full record in the institutions, the financial institutions. And this was one of the biggest challenges. Obviously, we had a price increase of inputs. We had geopolitics that was discussed in the previous panel, and effects over logistics. But in the background, so we had a hostile credit opportunity that contributed for the non-realization of the portfolio as we are used to having, like being formed early and with previsibility for the industry. This year, we did not see that in the same magnitude. One of the reasons was that part of the producers did not have access to credit. I have an example of like 3 personas. They do not exist. They're not real. They are fictional. But Gustavo is a typical producer of like a lot of like leased area in the Cerrado, like the south of Mato Grosso do Sul, Tocantins. So 80% of the area that he plants belongs to other people. Only 20% of his own area, and he needs more leverage. So the relation that in EBITDA is like 5, way up high. So he's always on the edge. Nothing can go wrong, otherwise he will be in trouble. So how many Gustavos we have in the country? So fortunately, not more than 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 or 7 producers. So maybe like below 20% of the producers. So Gustavo now, and he has been like that in the past, he has 2 options. he has to choose between two. Either he will pay the lease or he will pay the bank. So he cannot pay both with the results that he has in inactivity. So few thousand reais are missing here. Then we have like Maria, then we have João. João is a typical guy in Cerrado. 50% of his own land, leverage like 2 times the EBITDA. And productivity in average. But what is happening to João now? João pays the bank, pays the lease, but there is nothing left. So he's in the break even. But he is in the game. He's buying fertilizers, he's buying agrochemicals, he's taking care of his farm, he's making it happen. He's not investing, he's not going to increase the area. He's surviving, waiting for this difficult area to pass. And we have the Marias, which are not leveraged, plant only like 20% of leased area, usually like from a relative or family member, produces well, works with low leverage, and she can have like a margin. When Gustavo's farm, leased farm, is returned and it's close to Maria's farm, preferably like the neighbor, she will probably get the lease. She will offer like 3 or 4 bags less in the lease, but she is investing, she is expanding eventually. So what we have is like 60% of the Cerrado is Gustavo. And Maria is the rest, like the remaining between Gustavo and João. So why did I bring this here? Because in a difficult year, when this Gustavo here mentioned, we think that everyone is a Gustavo, and it's not. So we have many more Gustavos, João and Marias than Gustavos. They're the ones who will guarantee the continuation of 49 million hectares of soy, corn, and the use of technology and the production of the next harvest. So obviously we have to be concerned about the ones who are leaving, abandoning the business. I saw someone saying here today that the solution of the agricultural indebtedness is already in the market, but I don't know where it is. I know that we are not going to have a solution for the indebtedness with the measures that were announced this year. So the president of the Brazilian Rural Association is here. Was it positive? Well, maybe for Pronaf, like somehow part of Pronaf. But 65-7% of the indebtedness that is there is in the mid and big producers. What spins our chain, and for them nothing changed. Actually, there's a forecast that things will get worse, because there will be more money from the treasury in giving credit. So we'll have an even more difficult year in terms of credit grant. And now, to point, what can we expect? We will expect better economics. So under the perspective of economy, there will be a little bit of an improvement and more next year. And from the financial perspective, we do not have an improvement. We have a little bit of a worsening ahead of us. So what are we imagining in terms of like impact and seasonality? Next year, those who have João with access to credit or Maria will make business earlier, because the trade will be more favorable. Their portfolio will come earlier, but some Joãos with no access to credit and Gustavos will be for the last minute, as many people in the market stayed. So in this difference of seasonality, including next year. But those are risks that we have ahead of us. First one is the Super El Niño, or the Godzilla El Niño, as they call. But the fact that the climate models, they show anomalies coming with the Pacific temperature waters like going above. There are some models like project 3.5 anomalies that we haven't seen yet. But then we have a high intensity El Niño. We should expect like rains below what's expected in part of the country, especially in the northeast, but some areas in the Midwest, and rain falls above average in the south area of the country. So the main additional problem to El Niño is that the models are talking, among themselves. So This is an American model, and the one at the bottom is the European, like rainfall concentration, September, October, November, and December.
Here we have a model which highlights unstoppable rain, pretty much like the European model. And the American model doesn't show much rain season accumulated for the bushland in September and even October. We'll have a delay in the intensification of the rainy season. The last El Nino in 2023, 2024, rain season delayed. Soy was lately planted, and some states had to replant, and that delay on planting soy had launched winter crop for more ahead, and then we had a problem in the second crop in the bushland. The American model doesn't show much rainy season in September, hence starting the rainy season in October. But we still don't know the distribution of that. Now, when we see the anomalies, every blue here points out rain above what's expected. Curiously, models match in relation to the model in the southern area of Brazil. The American model has rain in October, and the European model, rain takes place within normality and sometimes even under what's expected. The two models are concerning for November and December. So we might as well have a year where the winter crop should be someday. If you're not starting in September, it will start in the beginning of October. My apologies. Plant soy in order to favor winter crops, but December might have less rain in short cycles, and that shortens the cycle and curbs productivity. So we still cannot know what will be the effect of El Nino. We'll have to follow that on a daily basis throughout October to see how rain will be distributed, because that will be pivotal. It is on a yearly basis, but this year particularly, we need to keep an eye on that, because maybe everybody will start risking planting corn in March, or focusing on corn in January, because we don't know when the rain comes. There is another important ingredient which has a lot to do with our market of fertilizer. Is the reduction of here I brought the example of 2 to 5 of fossil, but just to illustrate that, but we've been having a reduction in the use of phosphor despite the extraordinary extractions we've had over this past harvest, the two past harvests. We had a record in productivity. It has leaped to 62, 63, 67, 68. It wasn't even 70 because rain did not allow us to have that in our harvest. But otherwise, we would by year we had like 71 sacks in an average. So we have a huge extraction. We've been reducing that, and this year will be no different. Especially in phosphor, we will reduce the dose. It's concerning. On the one hand, we believe reductions were made within a technical rationale. It was beyond what was the limit to compromise productivity, but it's something important for next year. With that high extraction rates and the doses that we've been implementing, we will have to start reinsert. We have reached the limit of the reserve, even though there are a lot of people focused on improving phosphor. Sugarcane, the same in the last harvest. The dose has reduced. Next year that we might resume that. So we'll start portraying such a landscape that maybe next year will be more favorable for fertilizers. Now, just to wrap it up, our estimation on demand is a meaningful drop this year. We are estimating 45.3 million tons. Might as well be less versus the 49 million of last year. Reduction in all nutrients. It is a more intense reduction in phosphor in terms of volume, but nitrogen, a little bit of potash. Monjaro-like harvest, everyone more focused on savings. There was a concentration in our assessment due to a period of retraction in importing on the deliverables, the seasonality of deliverables. It will be more focused between May and September. That period, which highlighted the reductions in volume. We don't see the same trend in meaningful reductions of volume. By the end of the year, we might as well have passed the most difficult period, but well, damage is done. There will be a lot less product arriving, a lot less product will be delivered than last year, and practically all months from May to September, we'll see that scenario. Now, when you look at importations, there is a significant drop, both in nitrogen as well as in the amount of phosphate bait. Potash, not that much, but there's also a drop in national production, a significant drop. So the two things add up. The supply reaching Brazil of imported products, but also the whole landscape of sulfur that's harmful to our national industry. We must use a little from our stock when we see the stock position from the beginning of next year to the end of this year. We'll do little use of those stocks, so part of that is compensated for what we have stored. The drop in importing plus production will not go to the reduction in consumption. We have a huge question, and Jefferson will help us. He just arrived from China, the middle of the night. We have a question whether we wrap up this year. Exactly, will we be able to rely on the availability of Chinese products? Not in the same intensity that we had last year, when it was very intense, but whether there will be a supply, especially till the end of the year, in Chinese products. And our expectation is that part of that will come, maybe 2.5 million tons till the end of this year. But this is one of the questions we have. If those products do not arrive here, we might as well have less than the 45 million tons of deliverables. So our assessment on nutrients, if we are to look on Chinese products last year, we received nitrogen-based 7.7 million tons. This year we're expecting 5.9, but from August to December, 3.1. Phosphate-based, we have a significant drop. And about the NPs, we have a stronger drop to less than 1 million tons, and this is the main difference of this year. Now, regarding our farming, we are expecting variations in soy. The winter crop, corn, we had reductions in wheat, but future ones like coffee do not drop. Cotton, practically no drops, and sugarcane, a slight reduction. So soy, sugarcane, and wheat are the farmings that contributed to the reduction that we see. So this is an overall panorama that I wanted to share with you in order to foster our debate. And once more, I'd like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you, André. A lot of information, indeed. And just to recall part of what you said, from now on, prices came to a halt in their drop. Fertilizers prices had dropped. So apparently, in the economical side of things, situation tends to get better, but in the financial side, due to debt and interest rates, the situation may aggravate. Looking to next year, perhaps the seasonality will not be that much delayed as it was this year due to the economic scenario that would be improved. Within that panorama, Now I would like to give the floor to Jefferson, but I would like to make a question to challenge, looking for those in the other end, farmers, agro-industries, looking at the agricultural commodity price and the trade relationship, the trade affairs and the availability of inputs and credit available. How do rural farmers or the agro-industry is thinking about that? What is the sentiment? Comfortable or not encouraging, and looking at N, P, and K in order to move forward to what we still have to purchase. Okay, great. Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you, André, for your acknowledgement as well. It's a pleasure to be with you all. It's a pleasure to be here discussing about that topic. Every year we have a new challenge. Anyway, but one important thing are others, the availability of products. So I think that's pretty much a problem nowadays from my perspective. I don't see that it's a problem, the availability of products. The prices of commodities, of course, it is a problem too. If you look at what has been shared by André, soy in Mato Grosso, I was talking with our colleagues, it's $25 a sack. I can't say it's bad, $25 for the soy that we have available, of course. But now if you mentioned something very important, namely credit. This is the thing. André mentioned the amount of 45 million, and I was working with those figures until the end of the first semester. And that figure, to me, has great uncertainties in its tail for credit. Regarding my conception, I think 15% of the market for soy should run. But will it run the 15% or the 15 will turn into 10 or 5? I don't have an answer to that, because that rest of the market that I have right now is something that relies on credit, that depends on credit. André mentioned, I think the example of the person who was more comfortable was Maria, right? Well, Maria had already purchased that, but who's about to purchase? The farmers who have no money and they rely on credit. And that is the difficulty we have nowadays. And when you look at the trade affairs and so on, we look soy available. Soy available, again, is not a problem. Now, how many farmers have soy available in Brazil? Farmers selling in Brazil is a farmer selling who's supporting their 75%. At Mato Grosso, I have 75% of soy sold. Who has soy available to purchase fertilizer in cash? And this is something we have to understand, that the difficulty to access credit I have is a hindrance in a market of 45 billion nowadays. It's hard. I think we'll bend towards a smaller market. I was more optimistic until the end of the first semester. And what had me changing my mind? Just look at the lineup. Our lineup is drying. Consumption, I assume, is smaller than expected. And phosphorus is the one that will suffer the most. From our perspective, there is a huge capability of farmers reducing from 20 to 25% the use of phosphorus this year. And now moving figures to the left or to the right, I wasn't pessimistic with potash, because I thought potash had all the requirements to change the nominal price, okay, relationship, okay, but that's not happening. Nowadays, today, August 25, if it's not running, when we will have farmers working at, in that case, we will still have to rethink in our potash issue, because I was optimistic. I must confess to you, I was optimistic with potash, that we could deliver something equal or slightly under, and I redrawing that potash figure due to the relationship we have in nitrogen. You're more updated to nitrate, the huge difficulty we have with nitrate, and there will be a drop in that too. In fact, it's already happening. We see that in the near future. So those facts impact directly in our framework for next year. And I'll just, to finish this first part, looking at the perspectives of rural farmers, because we always say that soy is spiking and soy is spiking, and why aren't farmers purchasing that? They are not purchasing that because they are unable to sell that soy based on the price nowadays. They've already sold that, and I would like to give you an example. My average soy price in Mato Grosso is 111 reais. Well, with soy in Mato Grosso, nowadays it's 130. Well, but farmers can't hold that to sell in September or October. They have bills to pay. I was in Bom Jesus do Piauí with a group of farmers, and we were talking about that. I arrived there halfway through July, and farmers said, "Wow, soy is spiking. That's good." And then they said, "Well, a good scenario was if I had soy. I've sold my soy long ago. I cannot hold soy to sell it in October, November." This is something we have to understand. And when you look at the quotation of soy available, apparently we are swimming in beautiful seas. Soy import 55. Now, who's able to absorb such a price? This is our challenge. When soy started spiking in Mato Grosso, I had 80% of it sold already. Who was able to enjoy that scenario? Your example, sometimes a capitalized farmer who's able to hold on. So just to ponder on such things in order to not have a short-sighted perspective on that, because sometimes we face things that we are listening about soy spiking, corn spiking, and everyone are able to enjoy that. And that's not the real life scenario, because everyone have bills to pay, and bills spiked too. And carrying soy in Brazil is a tremendous challenge that we have to understand. I would like to return to something that André mentioned, and I've heard two of my colleagues that are all over Brazil, and Jefferson, we've been in China to give a parameter. The vibe is not good. Rural farmers are more rational in the use of soil stock, or are they emotional due to the bad moment, or outside the credit limitation? But outside credit, is the decision technical, or might as well be contaminated by the bad mood, the bad vibe of the moment? Well, I could say that it's out of need that we have farmers doing that. Plan A was not reducing things. Quite the opposite. Due to the extractions we see, at least the economic outcome that they were able to reach, it was even widening technology, but they are forced to rethink their strategies. And at least most of the producers that we have contact with have been doing that by means of a technical rationale, doing good analysis, looking at the reserves of phosphorus they still have and how can they use what they still have available. But they are thinking about not compromising the productivity due to nutritional restrictions. Now, they will be running in low. Those in the same situation as Gustavo, they don't have much to do. What they should do, and I think most of the producers who have this financial difficulty should aim at a daily reduction, an area reduction, maybe a first line of defense on their productivity, but there's also a pressure from the bank, that's the pressure from creditors, they need to make their business run. So what we've seen so far, and now agreeing with Jefferson when I've shown why is that despite the recent improvement in soy prices, the projections for the end of 26, 27 for northern Mato Grosso is smaller than for next year than in this year, 2000. Exactly, because there was a need of trading, not just the soy they harvested in 2026, but part of their soy in 2027, their exchanges. One of the things that had grown the most in this credit is the barter of what's left. So when I say that, and I've seen that being done more intensely this year, in the past years, they are compromising their prices ahead right on the corner, because that soy is already sold. It's not 130, it's like 105, 102, 103. Depending on the region, they had something being sold at about less than 100. Now, for next year, the season 27, 28, the 10 trends on trades would be improved, the exchanges would be better, and the economic side of things would start improving. But that's not happening now. So an environment of restrict credit is mostly responsible for that portfolio that did that was frustrated, and I agree with you. There will be will there be some financial breadth for that? I think so, because there are many regions who have support from cooperation companies, southern Brazil, where we have less than reduced reliance on rural credit. The things start flowing a little slightly better. There are relevant stock positions from some companies that are well positioned, where their calendar gets shorter and they need to make a decision whether they will flow that stock or should they hold it for longer. So our trend, we should look at things in a conditional way. So there will be less issue maybe more ahead, but there are no divergences. I think we are seeing the same thing, actually.
Wonderful. So just taking from where you left, Andrea. So the producer in each state have their own peculiarities. And what I see is that the producer now begins looking at 27, 28, and they began like doing their calculations. So anticipate or not anticipate is like up to each one of them. It's personal and it's not transferable. So you have to make the decision according to what makes sense to your business. But what happens is that those who takes the position are very select group. So it's very difficult to see other regions being capable of taking the same position. So we have to regionalize in a very careful way what happens. I'll give an example of the second harvest, like corn, our winter crop. So the north of Mato Grosso traded 75-80% of the harvest of like fertilizer of the second one. The Araguaia Valley has 45% already bought. So very distinct situations within the same state. So I cannot say, well, I have 60% of the market to spend. But where is this market? The market is in Goiás because it has 80 open, or it's in Mapito, like the place that I have like more sensitivity. But in the case of like the winter crop, Mapito is the one that I will have more sensitivity to run, because the producer wants to see the window of opportunity and then calculate it for the second harvest. And for corn, we will find out very soon. So the producer in Mato Grosso on September 15 is trying to solve his problem. This is going to be a good thermometer. But just like to close, something else, that difficulties like the forecast, like emerging cultures that do not use amounts. We cannot compare like sorghum with corn. Why am I giving you this example? Because in particular, this year, we will have like a sanction of the sorghum. We had it, and we will have an ascension due to the El Niño. So Goiás grew like 50% in the sorghum area, and this is no longer winter crop, and it impacts like the amount of fertilizers that they will use in the land. So you have this opportunity to allocate the use by region in the country due to its complexity. And this alternative cultures, they are coming afloat. Another example is Rio Grande. So we saw canola growing. So for the past 3 years, canola is growing, and wheat is dropping 30%. And this is a question for you to consider the amount of fertilizer. So that has to be taken into consideration. So get to you here and say, well, bring a number, 43, 45. It seems extremely difficult, and you have to justify it. And he can agree with me or not, but it's difficult to justify. When you have all the parts, we have to talk about phosphorus, potash, nitrogen, and then open it up by crop. So it's a complex task, and it's a difficult equation for this year. Well, thank you very much. So, like preserving like differences in opinion and saying that under, and we bring like consultants to make the projection, so each one of us can make a decision. So it's clear that your convergence is like 45 with a low bias, depending on what we have like for the end of the year. So thank you very much for your answer. So Andrei, a decision is technical, right? how much we are going to use in terms of manure, and connected to the availability of resources and have the money to buy what we wanted to. Two questions came to us in relation to next year, that the cycle, we got a negative share, and then next year a little bit better, like economic seasonality, a little bit less aggressive. So what's the expectation? 49 last year, this year is clear. So what would you expect, like a recovery for next year? I would like to hear you both. So I've already given a little bit of information on that matter, but the most critical thing will continue being credit. So if we look at the trade relations and how the commodity prices will behave, scenario getting a little bit better. I believe that in raw materials, most of them will have a price reduction, and this kind of like matches with the trade relations, but credit and financing is more critical for next year. And I do not have the expectation that it's going to get better. We will have a credit scenario more difficult. When I say more difficult, so more guarantees will be required, less opportunities for rural credits. So we can have like any number. This is not a matter of like the amount of money available, is like what we have in terms of registration, the credit risk available. So the banks do not want to lend and will not lend for producers who are under a like an invisible financial situation. As long as we do not tackle in a different way, like the indebtment, we will have like the credit issue, like dictating the rules. So I think we're going to have a better market next year. So even though we have all these aspects that I've mentioned, but we have to pay attention in the extraction for this year. So fertilizers is flow. If we have like a lot of extraction, and if El Nino doesn't create too much harm, we will need like enough nutrients to guarantee performance and productivity for next year. So the reserve will disappear. We will need to replenish it. Just one quick comment. Justin is right that the regions are completely different, but sometimes the behavior changes. I will talk about like how the cooperatives in Paraná acted this year in fertilizers and in defensive. So there was an anticipation which is not common in the south of Brazil. It's common in the Cerrado, but it's not common from São Paulo down to the south. In Paraná, it was different. So Paraná anticipated. Most of the cooperatives bought fertilizers early, and it helped the producers to have a production cost not as much affected by those who bought it afterwards. Wonderful. Just like talking about what Andrea mentioned about extraction. So if we think about the level of phosphorus that we tend to have this year, we'll go back to the levels of 2015, 2016 that we were using. Smaller productivity, we're producing much less. This is evident. So either we were using too much and then we had a reserve that was being extracted, or it was a movement that contributed for us to have the productivity that we have now. So we can understand that next year we're going to have a recovery. But one thing is right. We need to understand, so the challenge, what is the number that we have today? We'll talk about 27. I cannot give an answer of 26. But in terms of like trend, so we suppose that yes. So let's start with the premise that we will extract more, and the price of the commodity is going to be bigger. And because of what Andrea mentioned, I understood that for the pricing scenario, you consider like an optimistic case, and I do too. If we think about like the model of like the consumption of fertilizers, which is soy, which consumes 40%, we have an optimistic perspective. We can get into Chicago with higher levels than what we have. Corn as well. So from these two premises of extraction and commodities price, I could draw a conclusion that next year I would recover the market with its due peculiarities and also the credit. All right, so thank you very much. I would like to close, but mention some topics that have been talked about, like the limitation of resources is present. The life of the rural producer is not easy at this moment, and also connecting to what was asked by the Vice President to have a list of what leaves the Congress for the government to work. So we have all the external challenges. There are things that we could do to make the life of the rural producer a little bit easier. So we've been accumulating decisions that impact the life of the rural producers. So the PIS/COFINS, 1% in import and revenue, so 3% of the acquired input. So the minimum freight with technical parameters that are overestimated, which impacts the costs of the rural producers, besides what has been talked about, like credit lines that are scarce. Minister Roberto Rodrigues talked about rural credit, which is almost inexistent. Natural gas, an agenda for natural gas that will decrease the prices of raw materials and matches the installed capacity in the country. So this whole list is part of the information that we discussing under the actions of short, mid, and long run. But there are things that could be better managed internally and minimize the external effects that are so complex. It's difficult that when we have problems coming from outside, and then internally we are also creating problems. This year, Gustavo, is the year with the last coverage of insurance in history, like 3% of the Brazilian harvest is covered, and the year of El Nino. So I'd like to talk about it. The external environment is way too complex, and the business environment only gets worse, and it's worsening every day. And we were talking about that, like the board of UNDA. So when we look at our kids growing every day, it doesn't seem that they are growing. But when we look back, things change, and the environment is getting worse by all the elements. But PIS/COFINS, minimum freight, scarce credit, insurance almost non-existent. So this is the agenda that we need to put pressure on some of the stakeholders in their spheres to minimally on what is up to us to make things go better and mitigate the negative effect. So we're closing out this panel. I would like to ask you to please stay and watch the video. And I would like to thank my two friends who were here sharing the stage with me. We'd like to invite, for those who are here and those watching us online, to watch the video of our sponsor, ANAC Global. Agriculture doesn't stop, and our additive for fertilizers help to keep the cycle more efficient and productive. We are ANAC Global, one multinational with units in Brazil, India, United States, and soon in Morocco. Our additives are developed with our own solutions. Among the main products we have the humidity reducer of phosphatic rock, so accelerator of reaction, agents of cure, and anti-caking. Additives for filtration of the phosphoric acid, the green filter, and anti-incrustants. Additives of granulation. Additives anti-dusting and anti-caking post-granulation. Coloring agents. Inhibitors of urease and nitrification. Adherents of micronutrients. agents of organic coverage for organominerals and organic, and recovery of grains. So we do have a technical body highly qualified. We have our own logistic and eco-friendly solutions. We aim more productivity, more economy, and less impact with many different partners all over the world. And we deliver knowledge and innovation, supporting researches and international events. Reinforcing this commitment, our CEO, Abdash Matur, also acts as the ambassador of IFA, the biggest association of the industry of fertilizers, NACglobal.com. NAC Global, innovative solutions and sustainable for fertilizers. Would like to thank Gustavo for the conduction of this panel and also our speakers, André Pessoa and Jefferson. So you may take your seats back. Ladies and gentlemen, reminding you and reinforcing the invitation for the cocktail offered by NAC Global, which is going to happen at the end of the Congress tonight. Closing the second panel today, we invite you all to our lunch, which is going to be served at the sponsors hall. You are following us online. We will get back at 2:15 p.m.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução Fosprotec integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia Foscomplex em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grano, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfert desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert. Inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoat, MicroPlus, Foscoat, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo. Muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizers, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizers, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação De Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos big bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes. Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. Rafitec, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha Neocot CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento, além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução FOSPROTEC integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grano, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a ADFET desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. ADFERT, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoach, MicroPlus, FosCoach, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo, muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk liquid solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizers, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizers, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação de Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos big bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes, Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. RAFTEC, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha NeoQuat CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento, além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução FOSPROTEC integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grânulo, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfet desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoat, MicroPlus, Foscoat, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo. Muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizers, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizers, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação de Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência.
O show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos Big Bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes. Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. RAFTEC, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha NeoQuat CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento, além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução, Fosprotec, integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia Foscomplex em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grano, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a ADFET desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. ADFET, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo. Muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo. Flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
A ADFET desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução, FOSPROTEC, integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grano, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Super Selling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a ADFET desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50
e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de...
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução, FOSPROTEC, integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grânulo, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfet desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução FOSPROTEC integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia FOSCOMPLEX em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grânulo, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas.
Countries. Experience smarter, safer, and
Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers is powered by ANDA, the National Association for Diffusion of Fertilizers, with sponsorship for Minas, Indorama Group, Mosaic, NAC Global, Teixeira Textil, and Iara Brasil. Gold sponsor Armac, Bank Liquid Solutions, K+S Brasileira, OCP Brazil, Halftech, Series Speciality, and Transcopa Port of São Sebastião, and silver sponsorship Akron, Cesare, and Galvani. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to inform you that this edition of CB Fair is neutral in greenhouse gases, being a neutral event by Ecaplan. Now we will start the second part of the Congress. Welcome once more. Now, for a presentation on Nutrients for Life, an initiative by ANDA, we would like to invite now Professor Dr. Walter Casarin, PhD in Soil Sciences by École Supérieure Agronomie of Montpellier, France, Scientific Coordinator by MPV, and Professor in the course of Specialization in Soils and Plant Nutrition from Exalc USP. Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Here I have long 15 minutes to talk to you. And the first thing I would like to do is to thank Anda on behalf here on behalf of Dr. Ricardo Tortorella for the opportunity we are having here to show a little bit of what Nutrientes para a Vida has been doing lately. We completed 11 years now. We are still infants, but we've been doing a lot. Well, as usual, I would like to pay homage because we always have homages to pay. I even wrote that down because I didn't want to skip any detail about that person that I would like to talk about. So I would like to pay homage to that person that everyone would like to have in their teams, who's someone competent, reliable, accurate, and effective. A very good listener for each need in each situation, and he knows how to respond appropriately. He does not waste resources. They help overcoming challenges. They work for the development of this nation. He wasn't born to star. He was born to make a difference. This is his profile. And our homage is paid to small suspense. Yes, Fertilizer. It deserves applause. This is the product that we are working with. At NPV, we breathe, we live, we think the whole time on this fellow. That fellow that oftentimes is seen as somewhat toxic. But actually, this is not like that. It likes being called fertilizer, but not as an agrotoxical. And this is what we are working at NPV with. We try to bring fertilizers to raise awareness on fertilizers for the population that is not familiar with agro in order to learn about the quality of that product. This is why I want to pay homage to that. And as I said, NPV is working on it for 11 years now. I don't know if you prefer if I showed it in the right or in the left. Well, let's stick to this frame here. Approximately, in the past 11 years, we've done this endeavor in bringing society science closer, creating content, important actions, in order to highlight the importance fertilizers have, but in an easy way. And we like to reinforce the need, especially of fertilizers for human health. And this is where we want to reach out to the population. We'll listen to Tejon speaking in a while. We are not a fertilizers industry. We are an industry of health. We don't sell fertilizers. We sell health. This is the main importance that fertilizers bring for the society, who's unbeknownst to what benefit fertilizers bring. In this endeavor carried out by NPV, we are liaison with Nutrients for Life from the US here in Brazil. And I've been in touch not just with Nutrients for Life from the US, but also with Nutrientes para a Vida in Canada. They call it Nutriments pour la Vie in French. And every time I talk to them and I disclose the figures we are able to reach here in Brazil, they say, wow, really, we've been very effective in our jobs. So if you could play the video of the Vice President of Nutrients for Life, US.
However, not everyone has that opportunity. And it truly doesn't matter if you live next to the cornfield or if you're in the heart of a city. Everyone deserves to understand where their food comes from and the science behind what makes it possible. And that's truly what Nutrients for Life is all about. Together, Brazil, Canada, and the United States are among the world's top agricultural leaders, and we share a common responsibility. We share a responsibility to not only help feed a growing population, but to also ensure that people understand the science, innovation, and maybe most importantly, the stewardship behind modern agriculture. Through free science-based resources and the outreach we provide, Nutrients for Life is empowering teachers, inspiring students, and building understanding and trust of the agriculture and fertilizer industry. In the US last year, we reached 144,000 teachers. That's almost 4 million students. And together with partners like Brazil and Canada, we're strengthening and expanding our outreach and our impact. We're strengthening agricultural education across the Americas, and we're inspiring the next generation of scientists, farmers, consumers, and agricultural leaders. Thank you for your leadership and your partnership and for your trust in Nutrients for Life.
Well, this is a little bit of what they do there and we do here, and we have a great synergy with them. Now, I would like to play another video showing a little bit of what we've been doing. I mean, not a little bit, but a lot of what we've been doing all throughout 2026, please. For more than 10 years, Nutrients para a Vida has been carrying out its purpose of introducing society to the importance of fertilizers. And such a purpose keeps on growing. At each new action, we raise awareness to even more people. Just like AgriShow 2026 in a partnership with De Olho no Material Escolar Association. Our mission has also reached the Museum of Natural Sciences of the State University of Ponta Grossa, where we support a new area dedicated to fertilizers with access to educational booklets via QR code. On YouTube, our talk show keeps gathering experts to translate pivotal themes on fertilizers. In the medias, we keep ourselves present, sharing knowledge with quality in a simple and didactical fashion. And with the mission of influencing those who influence, we bring journalists to learn about the manufacturing process of fertilizers from one end to another, from the mine to the factory. In our social networks, we've been innovative with high viral videos we call agrovirals that overcome over 1 million views organically. At NPV, we bring science, agriculture, and society together on a daily basis. Very well. Now, a little bit of what we've been doing, what has brought us closer to society. But that thing we do, we can't do on our own. We need you all together with us. And year after year, we ask you to join us because we really can make a lot, but with you, we can make a lot more than what we're doing. So here is an invitation for you to join us at NPV. And NPV has some products that I mentioned here with which we could be working together with you, members of the industry. We have lectures for employees. So we are working in order to have those workers who are not from the agronomic milieu to understand what fertilizers are. Educational booklets, physical booklets to be distributed to kids, that baseline education that we are valuing, considering to insert kids in the context of nutrients and fertilizers. Videos and posts that you can share as much as you want. We have several important products. Our talk show, where we talk with personalities, where we will disclose information from different areas for raising awareness on fertilizers. Everything I've mentioned lies within the scope of our mission, and here I extend the invitation to you to join us. Now, I have a quick testimonial from Tejon. My friends from UNDA, I admire you. You do a spectacular job in building soil and making soils in Brazil. Walter Casarin will show you something exceptional, and I imagine fertilizer sellers, the distribution grid, cooperation companies, farming families. This is not just a fertilizer for productivity, for profitability of the soil. It's a fertilizer that reaches the table of final customers. So can you imagine? We are selling health in all senses. So I would like to congratulate ANDA for that work you are taking. Nutrients for Life, the image in the sector with that perspective is simply extraordinary. It's high steam, and especially Salesforce will feel more and more motivated for a cause that is spectacular. A well-nourished soil brings food to our table. And food is a synonym of health. Food, tropical, health, water. Congratulations, Anda. Well, I would like to thank Tejon for his kind words, but as I said, if we are doing a lot, we are not sitting idle. We would like to do more. We would like to reach 10,000 followers. We not just about reaching 10,000 followers, 10,000 followers, but 1 million followers. And this is why we're bringing a new NPV, a new dialogue that we would like to put forth due to the different tools that we can dispose of. And we would like to reach, especially Gen Zers and children, focusing on health, lifestyle, well-being, and the quality of food. Now, let's see another video of what we would like to bring from NPV. Here comes a new NPV. In a future not so distant, in a not so distant future, NPV revolutionizes the vision on fertilizers. The mission of the initiative is to reinforce health, that's something as starting from the soil. São Paulo Marathon moves the downtown area of the runners for health. The importance of taking care of the soil for having good food. A good meal starts in the soil, not in the kitchen. A new phase of NPV is beginning. The balance, the equilibrium of your body starts with nutrition of the food. Health starts in the soil. My time is up. This is what we want to bring about. Health to Gen Zers, to children, so they understand that the health of the soil will generate their health. But we need you together with us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Walter, for your presentation. And now let's move on with our schedule of the 13th CB Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have another special moment of our Congress.
Quer que eu já comece? Faltam 2.
Damos início a...
Okay, now we will begin the ceremony of the 50th edition of the award Carlos Florence. So we'd like to thank you all for being here and also those who are watching us online. So to deliver the award, I'd like to invite to the stage Jorge Wagner Bonifácio Souza, President of AMA. Also, we'd like to invite Professor Dr. José Carlos Polidoro to represent the judging committee, the Carlos Florence Award 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, this initiative from ANDA is a homage to Carlos Florence, who left us in 2021 after decades of full dedication to the sector. So let's hear a little about the story and his trajectory, and also about this award. Carlos Florence dedicated his life to make the agro more fertile. Businessman and a visionary of the fertilizer sector, he became an important leadership with entities in the Brazilian scenario, among them a highlight to the AMA in Brazil, AMA Brazil. So as a director, he led the organization of the sector in an outstanding way, helping to consolidate the role of fertilizers in the productive chain, a legacy that deserves our admiration and today is represented by the Carlos Florence Award. So this award is an initiative from ANDA, the National Association for the Diffusion of Fertilizers. Since 2021, values the academic work that shines out in research innovation in fertilizers. So since its launch, it's been growing the participation of students and the receptiveness of the Institute of Education. More and more, the initiative encourages research, stimulates innovation, and gathers the best works developed in the area of fertilizers in the country. This is the power of knowledge. After all, with Embrapa, the scientific research in Brazil began a revolution in the field, strengthened in the last decade by the knowledge added by 300 new courses in agronomy and more than 200 post-graduation program in agriculture science. With this technical and technological evolution of the agricultural practice, Brazil became this powerhouse and the vanguard of food security in the country. And that's the reason that giving visibility to the academia and provide support to the researchers is to strengthen the transformation of agriculture. Yes, this is the legacy that Carlos Florence left for us, for the whole sector of fertilizers in Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, so a special thanks to all the researchers that sent their work for this edition. So the receptiveness of the Brazilian universities meet what we are looking for. So this is the main objective of this award, like encourage research, stimulate innovation, and gather the best works developed in this area of fertilizers. So we are proud enough to announce that this award consolidates itself as the biggest award in the sector of fertilizers in the country. Also, we would like to mention a special thank you for the committee formed by researchers and professors José Carlos Polidoro, Vinícius de Melo Benites, and Heitor Cantarella. And to speak on behalf of the judging committee, Professor Polidoro, please. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the organizing committee and in special to our leader, Heitor Cantarella, we would like to thank ANDA and all the associated entities and their companies for this honor of evaluating scientific works in our sector of fertilizers. One very interesting analysis at a first glance that among the five previous editions, it's very clear. 2 points are very clear. First one is that there was a level of maturity. It's like a seed that grew and now it's blossoming. And with this 5th award, they are coming in a very straightforward way because we've reached this nationwide reach. Now we can say that the main institution of science and technology in the country, like São Paulo, public and private, contribute not with the amount of works, but with quality of all proposals in terms of technology. And there is something very evident that is worth mentioning when we announced the award. So the evolution was very important for the sector. So continue providing support to the award. It's extremely interesting because we are going and addressing like the pains of the sector. As a scientist, I say that the technologies came to solve real problems and getting the academia close to the reality. That's what we want for the sector. And then Brazil will be not the country for the future in this sector of fertilizers. It's a country in the present that in the future will take on like the leadership position worldwide that we know that it's emerging and we need to install it in our territory. So once again, I thank you all. And live long, Carlos Florence, and that the next awards are even better. Well, also we would like to invite Mr. Elia Alves Lima, the president, the chairman of the board of directors of ANDA. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the coordinator of the judging committee, we had 5 works that were granted with the honor mention. So let's know them. So we invite now to come up to the stage to receive the certificate Everton Geraldo de Moraes, here represented by Professor Guilherme Lopes from the Federal University of Lavras, urea enriched with iodine. So to increase the efficiency of nitrogen and the resilience and the deficit of the other substances. So we would like to invite Ingrid Martins Celucci from the Superior School of Agriculture, Luiz Queiroz from the University of São Paulo, ESALC, USP. Ingrid is the author of a work, Production of Urea with Barium to reduce the loss of nitrogen and take full advantage of the next crops. José Fernando de Oliveira Delgado from the University of Londrina, the author of Development of the Dosage of Solid Fertilizers. And also Leonardo Josevich from the Agronomic Institute of Campinas, the author of the answer, the response of sugarcane to doses of nitrogen in variable economic scenarios, the results for long-term outcomes. As our last honoree with the honorable mention, we would like to invite Leônidas Santos from the Federal University of Lavras, the author of Application, Combining of Selenium, Zinc, and Urea, and the Water Deficit, and the Biofortification and Bioaccessibility in Rice and Highlands. We kindly ask the 5 honorees come to the center of the stage for a group photo.
Parabéns.
Congratulations, everyone, with the honorable mention, Carlos Florence 2026. And now we go back to their seats. Mr. Polidoro, George, and Elias, please stay here with us on stage because now it's the time to announce the 5th edition winner. And we have the envelope, and we will announce the winner. So once again, I have the pleasure to announce the winner. Carlos Florence Award will be granted to Mr. Eulis dos Santos Silva. Congratulations, Eulis. Please come up to the stage once again to receive the certificate and the 15,000 reais prize.
Amigos e amigas, o prêmio.
Dear friends, Euler is from the Federal University of Lavras and the author of Technology of Co-Granulation of Phosphate Fertilizers with Sulfur Micronized. So once again, a round of applause.
Euler, o microfone é todo.
Euler, please, the floor is yours. So I'm not going to take too long, but I have just a few words just to thank everyone were part of this moment. It's with great pleasure that I come and feel honored to receive this award representing the Federal University of Lavras. So for us, this is extremely important to reinforce and encourage research and innovation that all industries, since from the producer to the plant, represent for us. I would like to thank also Eurochem, who believed in our process, in our project, and even financing us, and everything that we could do for the society and for the industry and for the producers. So I have just a few words. I would like to thank my family for the support, my girlfriend, and people who are always present in our study group, and also Professor Douglas Gelft, who is here with us. So today you can celebrate, because the 5th edition, today you get the 3rd. So now you can celebrate, and our study group consolidates itself as a reference in the research of innovation and technology for fertilizers. Today we are also celebrating something else, which is the conclusion of the final mile of my doctorate program, and someone who was extremely important in this process for me. In 2025, I lost my grandfather, and he used to say that, my grandson is a doctor of plants, and he had this pressure, to say that he was illiterate. No studies, but for everyone, he said, well, my grandson is a doctor of plants. And this award here, I pay homage to my grandfather, And this is the recognition of one of the best works in research for fertilizers. Not only we deliver numbers, but also we deliver results. And then the industry can, with the works that we produce, can base themselves and create new products, new methodologies and techniques for us to add even more sustainability and efficiency in the use of nutrients. So on behalf of the whole team and the university, on behalf of Professor Douglas, my family, who was the ground base for everything, and source, my friends here, source of inspiration as researchers, I thank you all, and let's continue investing and encouraging you in the industry. Believe us that investment in research and investment in the universities and students in post-graduation and graduation bring a positive outcome for the society. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again to Euler. What a beautiful speech. And now we finish the ceremony of the Carlos Award, Carlos Florence Award, and we want to see you again in our next edition. Congratulations, and until 2025. And ANAC Global will offer a cocktail after when the Congress is finished. So please take your seats back in the audience. I thank you all for being here in such a special moment of the event. Now we will continue with our third panel of the day.
Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, our third panel of CB Fair will talk about the potential to scale, reindustrialize, to grow, and decarbonize to lead. So we would like the questions that come from the audience. You write the questions and give them to the receptionist in the room. Use the form for questions, which is in the backpack that you've received. For those who are watching us on YouTube, please send your questions using the chat. And do not forget to place your name, city, and to whom the question goes to. So now we have the honor to invite Dr. Guilherme Schmidt, Vice President of Marketing and Agronomy at Yara Brazil. And the panelists, we'd like to invite Ms. Eliane Cristina Barbosa Cardoso, the Executive Director of Cocoacea Araguari. Mr. Fabrício Soler, lawyer specializing in environmental law, partner at S2F. And also, we would like to call to the stage Mr. Felipe Pech, the Commercial Vice President of Mosaic. Dear friends, we'd like you present here and also our online audience to watch the video of our master sponsor, Yara Brazil. The challenge is before us. How to feed the world without creating problems for the planet. All over the place, we have climate change leaving their trace. But still is in our hands the chance to make better choices. At Yara, we are committed in developing positive solutions for nature, transforming technology and the energy matrix in our plants to produce fertilizers with less 90% of carbon emissions. So we transform decades of research in harvests of more productivity and nutritional quality. So we've transformed fertilizers and key elements for food security and prosperity. We've transformed the presence of our team in the field in a partnership of trust and respect with each agriculture. And this is how we are collaborating with the transformation of depleted soils and regenerative farms. Yara, 120 years transforming knowledge in one productive and sustainable agriculture for everyone.
Now to steer the panel, Mr. Guilherme will have the floor. Enjoy the panel. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank Tortorella on behalf of Rolanda, Elias, for having the honor to steer this third panel here with you. And together with me, I have my three colleagues here, and I would like to thank them, Eliane, Fabricio, Felipe. May we have a positive conversation, a productive one, on that important topic, industrializing, because Brazil, especially when we look at about the fertilizer sector, but making it in a sustainable fashion, aimed at decarbonizing rationally. So this is the topic of our panel here. And nothing best than bringing the farmer's perspective, well represented by Eliane, who represents a cooperation, a coffee cooperation. They are of a high technological level. They have a high quality coffee. Fabricio, with the regulatory knowledge he has, which is something so important in the motion of decarbonizing of bioinputs, so something that aggregates to our chain of inputs. And Felipe represents Mosaic, a very important company in our sector, together with us in this process, in this transformation that the fertilizers industry can contribute a lot. Well, Brazil, as we all know, is undergoing some challenges, as we've seen in the last panel. Demand from the market, something unbalanced between the market and due to the geopolitical conflicts that we've been faced with. However, Brazil has a huge opportunity at hand, namely developing the national industry. And we all know the great potential Brazil has as a protagonist of the worldwide agribusiness. But in order to make that happen, we need to reindustrialize, we need to innovate, we need to decarbonize in order to integrate those technologies that we have to the field. And here I would like to bring about a first reflection. I think over decades we've seen the industry retracting in our country, hence diminishing its representation in the overall economy. But on the other hand, we are seeing some technological transformations, some geopolitical and climate-based transformations are remodeling the value chains, global value chains, what opens an important window, timely opportunity for us to reposition our industry in a sustainable way. An industry that has grown sustainably and that could grow again, resume its growth. And a good news is that Brazil comes from a quite privileged position. The power grid we have is pretty much renewable based. Most of our energy matrix is based on renewables. And we have an abundance of natural resources. We have agricultural capability, a market that grows at terrific rates. The previous year, Polidoro talked about the perspectives on the studies in the fertilizers market. There's figures portraying an exponential growth, and we have a capability of having a production with less and less emissions. And Brazil is a reference amongst the big economies, and we can be even more. Today, we have an opportunity of reindustrializing with low carbon economy. That is a strong demand from food companies. That's a global demand we have, and that might bring us relevance in terms of competitiveness, no longer measured by scale or cost. We are not looking at the figures of production or how competitive we are, but also how much of our carbon footprint can be reduced. We see that the industry is already paying attention to that. We've talked to some partners. These are goals they have to reach. And the consumption markets, we have investors, global chains that are demanding more and more traceability and transparency and concrete goals of decarbonization. How can we measure that in order to demonstrate the real impact that we are bringing about? And many sectors, being sustainable is not just about having a good reputation. It is a condition to capture investments in order to access markets and add value. As we've been saying, you can make it green with our economies in red. Our chairman says that we need to make sustainability a business, and that rhymes with the chain, with farmers, with the food chain for our final users. In this context, decarbonization is no longer a cost, but rather a strategy. That's where companies such as Yara have shown the potential in such a transformation that we have. In that journey that we've been going on, we've been able to show that innovation, sustainability, competitivity can walk hands together. We can innovate, we can have prosperity and profitability with sustainability. And globally speaking, we have our decarbonization goals, neutral carbon until 2050. So in this sense, we've been investing heavily in energy effectiveness, on reducing industrial emissions. Ever since 2025, we've been investing in technologies in that sense by using renewable sources as well as technologies for storing carbon and capturing carbon. And this is something we've produced in Europe. We are bringing that to Brazil. We're producing that in Brazil. Just like the example we have in Cubatão. Cubatão, for instance, we were able to produce renewable ammonia for a while now by using biomethane, which is a production of a sugarcane byproduct. The fermentation, the yeasting process, the decomposition process generates biomethane, that biogas, and especially biomethane, and we are using that in order to produce renewable water in Cubatão. This is a reality in the Brazilian market, the very first national production in this sense, where we are able to reduce up to 75% the emissions of greenhouse gases, nitrous oxide, and eventually carbon in our productive chain. Worldwide, we have the production of ammonia, and eventually the baseline of that ammonia is producing very low carbon footprint-based fertilizers, reaching 95% of reduction, either by hydrolysis technology, which generates a potential of decarbonization of such magnitude, be it or the sequestration technology, sequestration and capture and carbon storage, CCS, reaching 70 to 75% of decarbonization. And these initiatives have concrete effects in the whole of the productive chain. Smaller carbon footprint fertilizers is reaching crops and harvests. We have an example that Eliane will give on further details. She's experienced that on a daily basis and we are able to decarbonize coffee in magnitudes up to 40%, in some areas reaching even 55%, but as an average 40% of reduction of carbon footprints. And without producing less, quite the contrary, we are producing more. And that improvement in productivity helps us reduce. And the effect we're grasping from that, and not just coffee, but other farmings. Potato, I will bring that example, banana, where we've been developing for a while now. We were able to measure that effect, the effect of our portfolio in reducing carbon emissions. What is the avoidable carbon that we are able to reach? What is the rate? And if you could display the image, you will see in our stand there is a screen which is called Carbon Calc. It's a calculator that calculates carbon emissions. We have an image, if you could just display it on the video, whereby we are measuring the avoidable emissions in our farmings as we deliver fertilizers of lower carbon footprints, be it low carbon, as we call it, or lower carbon, very low carbon footprints, the impact it has in the culture in terms of decarbonization. And those initiatives measuring that is a way to acknowledge not just our effort, but the effort farmers, producers are engaged on, and using such technologies in order to produce more, of course, and as well as decarbonizing and receiving the benefits. There is an investment in increasingly more sustainable regenerative agriculture. And we would like to acknowledge all links of the chain, agricultural companies, the distribution, with this measurement, what clearly shows how much we've been able to avoid such emissions. And here, a view of IARA's carbon calc. So we are able to have those measurements and the expectation in terms of carbon sequestration if we had the equivalent in trees planted. And we are seeing it in reality. I think coffee as an example. How can we reindustrialize in a smart way? How can we have an increasingly more productive industry, one that produces more and more sustainably? And by means of using innovation, using renewables, circular economy, new business models in an integrated fashion, that we will be able to add such an economic value, such a sustainable value to our businesses. And the pivotal question here in Brazil is not just about choosing between growth and sustainability. This is not a choice. Will I grow? Will I industrialize? Will I produce more here in Brazil? And as counterpart, will I have more sustainability? Or if I have more sustainability, will I curb down the production? The two of them must walk hands together. And the very first question that comes to mind is how to use sustainability in order to accelerate growth, how to turn that into a business, how to turn our natural advantages into competitive ones. And Brazil has a lot of them. Our energy matrix is pretty much renewable based, and how to attract investments by these means, how to develop national technology, how to curb this international dependence, how to develop local knowledge. And at the same time, how to consolidate that position of Brazil as one of the leaders of this low-carbon economy. And one example I bring here, IARA is a pioneer. In other countries, we've been moving forward in the decarbonization process, but I'd like to say that Brazil is ahead of the curve for having an agricultural sector that is paying attention to that, who's looking for other revenues, other sources of revenue, trying to put Brazil in the ground it deserves of a productive as well as sustainable economy, and about challenges and pathways. These are some of the things that we will be talking about, and now I would like to call those three different perspectives. Farmers, regulatory sector, in the industry itself. And I would like to call Eliane first and foremost, and I would like to hear from you, Eliane, in order to start listening to other perspectives. From the perspective of Brazilian farmers, this point of the sustainable and technological transition, how much agriculture is open to embrace that, is paying attention to that. I would like you to tell us a little bit more of your life and farming coffee, and how is the chain paying attention to that, and could you bring some practical cases that you witness in making that production increasingly more productive and sustainable as a business. Well, good afternoon, Guilherme. Good afternoon, everybody who had taken the time to be here in this afternoon, especially in this moment, being able to talk about coffee, about cooperativism. My name is Aliane Cristina. I am working with coffee for 26 years now. I am part of this cooperation company for 26 years, but my life in the agribusiness and coffee starts when I was 7 years old, because those of us who come from way back experience agribusiness from early in our lives. To be with you is a pleasure. And talking about decarbonization, Guilherme, has a starting point that I wanted us to keep in mind. Decarbonization for us as farmers, as those who are together with farmers, is effectiveness in management. So the point of effectiveness in management in decarbonization must be walking together with that, because when you talk about decarbonization, we are talking about that as farmers of such a broader process, where we are looking at all the links in the chain. We are looking at what we will bring to the farms, and we bring the outcome here of our sustainable coffee, the project we have at hand, and all the work we've been developing in a partnership with Yara. And farmers look at that, looking at decarbonization by means of 4 elements that we call the Fantastic Four for us in the structure that we are working with: productivity, quality, traceability, and sustainability. This is the Fantastic Four for us in decarbonization, having efficiency in management into the process as farmers. And why am I mentioning the Fantastic Four? Because, as you said, it's not about telling farmers to take care of the green while their accounts are in red and in order not to be in red. The Fantastic Four must be joining those decarbonization goals. And coffee farming, coffee culture, this is something very real. And I bring here the flag of Cerrado Mineiro, of the bushland from Minas Gerais. I am proud of stating that I am from 1952. I am 53 years old, but I was born when the Cerrado Mineiro starts contributing to Brazil by transforming one of the poorest soils in our country. And we should applaud Alisson Paulinelli and Embrapa, because the bushland could not be transformed in what it is nowadays without Embrapa and Alisson Paulinelli. And based on all of that, we have farmers who are willing to decarbonize, farmers who are aimed at sustainability on the new way of farming, where we see that the way we see it, the evolution wasn't in the quantum. We were able to grow in production too. But I think our main case in that, the greatest case when you're talking about those topics, is how we as Brazil, how we as agribusiness, how we as Cerrado Mineiro, as the bushland from Minas Gerais, how do we contribute to the productive process nowadays? Because we have 3 different perspectives on agriculture for us who are working in coffee farming. We see the traditional coffee farming that started by pioneering productivity and quantity. Later on, at amidst the year 2000s, the mechanized coffee farming, the onset of using that structure to produce better. However, right now, 2026, 2020, right now in the moment we are today, we have an agriculture that is no longer business-based. How agriculture for us that is a technological agriculture. We've left the traditional to the business-based one, and now we are leaving the business-based to the technological-based. This is the agriculture. This is the coffee culture, the coffee farming that Cerrado, the bushland, delivers to Brazil and to the world. Also, considering that 70% of our coffee from the bushland goes overseas, it is distributed. Well, my notes, I need my notes. It goes overseas, worldwide, and that coffee, that technological agriculture is an agriculture that is in a conversation with everything you've mentioned in the beginning. The challenges, the innovations, the video from Yara we've seen, where when we learn more about the decarbonization process about to enter a pilot to produce that coffee here, one of the first things that we see as everyone from Minas, every Mineiro, because Paranaenses and Paulistas who went to the bushlands, they now eat cheese bread, they say trem, they use all our slangs, they say why, they say trem. All our employees, 90% of them are split between Paulistanos and Paranaenses. Only 10% are born in Minas, but everyone became Mineiro now. But when we talk about all that context, considering coffee, if you don't measure, if you don't deliver, there is no history, there is no story that will change farmers' minds. Those of you belonging to the links of the chain, propagandas are worthless, stories are worthless, a great flyer or booklet, terrific materials made by propaganda and marketing teams. If you don't deliver real life outcomes in the farms, just forget it. No farmer nowadays is enticed by propaganda, by booklets. Farmers nowadays want the fantastic four that I've mentioned to you: productivity, quality, traceability, and sustainability.
Why? Because we understand that when we deliver this fantastic four, like to the market, we can then generate value for the product that we are there representing. So for us to do so with sustainability, we need to measure and deliver results. So when we talk about measuring, so we have like producers in the harvest. So we are finishing like the fourth harvest, because the producer is no longer in the average of like 40, 50 bags per hectare with products that he is testing for this new process, getting to 90, 100. And for the producer, this is the result. So they will measure productivity. They will measure when we get here that in the coffee, it's very easy for us to do so. We can drink it. We do have some coffees at Yara's booth, so for those who wants to taste it. Because the best of coffee is that we do not discuss when we deliver. So we go there and then we taste it, and that will be there, like at Yara's booth. And this is our first producer in the project that this year brought the coffee to the cooperative, meeting all the requirements that they were going to plant and then like trace it and then prove it. So this producer that followed all the stages to deliver this kind of coffee can now make that a consumer in Europe or in the United States and in Brazil, because we cannot forget that we bring sustainability abroad, as if here we were like ignoring and not appreciating sustainability. So sustainability begins here, and we do have consumers for that. We have to work better with the consumer, and this is a challenge posed for all of us. So this consumer can actually drink it in a cup. So the very first, not in Brazil, so the first coffee in the world, not only Brazil, with decarbonization proved and with the seal of the guarantee of the source, because in the Cerrado in the whole world was the very first region to have the denomination of source for coffee origin. So along with this project, with all the links in the chain, we deliver to the consumer, to the market, the first coffee in the world decarbonized with a seal of origin and sustainable. Thank you. So that was a little bit of, like we've talked a lot about coffee, but then I wait for you to taste it at Yara's booth. Thank you. Thank you, Eliane. Thank you very much. And congratulations for the work that you guys are doing. You are the pioneers for this production more sustainable. This is an example. We have the coffee being produced, something that sometimes we come here when we make a promise, and then we say, oh, I have a dream or an idea that this is going to happen. No, here we have the reality, like the product that was produced with the reduction of the carbon footprint of 40% and much more productive. Another example, if we could just put the second image on the screen, on the very same stage in our past edition, we had the pleasure to invite Isabella, like a partnership that we were creating for a decarbonization of the potato chain. So they do have this promise of carbon neutrality up to 2050, and they see in the fertilizers a potential of decarbonization around 50% of the decarbonization in potatoes. So using sources would help. So can you please just put the image on screen? And in this panel, we launched the challenge to produce this potato, and it became a reality. So at the beginning of this year, April, May, we produced the first batch of potatoes decarbonized, and then bring it here to the Fantastic Four that Eliane mentioned, with more productivity. We had a gain in productivity in all areas that we've measured. So this was the promise that we made with some regenerative practices and low carbon fertilizers and the more efficient management of water. So we did the follow-up, 6 agricultures in the region of Paraná, and we produced this potato of low carbon footprint, and Lace is the manufacturer, and bringing it to the Fantastic Four, more productivity. The average was 9.8% in terms of productivity per area, in the increment of productivity with quality, and they went above what they have for fried potatoes with traceability. So this potato has a follow-up using certified tools of smaller carbon footprint, and they can put that in the inventories and reducing the carbon footprint of the targets that they have. And then sustainability, we can measure and reduce in 28% the carbon footprint of this batch, and generating more productivity, and the final product had more added value. So this is another example. We have others happening. So recently we've signed a project with Bananas Correia, and it's interesting to see that it's a domestic culture, it's not exported. So the market, the consumer market, want to do that, and they came to us and do this as a joint project, and we will begin in the next months. But we see many practical examples. And now I would like to pass the floor to Fabrício. Practical examples that we've been able to implement and measure results and show its results. But now we have the challenge of the scale, and one of them is the regulatory and favorable environment. I'd like to have a regulation that help us and boost this transition. And for that matter, Fabrício, I would like to ask you, in your perspective, what are the main advancements and challenges that we find in regulatory terms so we can scale that up in Brazil and produce in a more sustainable way? And how the regulatory framework simulates or creates problem for the sustainability? Okay, so I will stand up. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the invitation, along with Felipe and everyone. So I took some notes to pass briefly some highlights of the regulatory framework, be it like positive or negative opinion. But I have to mention the joy of being in this event as the son of a rural producer and the grandson of rural producers, so knowing well the reality of the field. So nevertheless, I have my trajectory built in law. You know, I'm a lawyer. I am an international lawyer, and I've been working for more than 25 years, advising the industry and even like the agribusiness and other companies. So being here, I'm very happy because this is the origin of our Spanish family and the agro here in Brazil. So I will bring some topics like to share with you. So my role is for the environmental area. So I will bring some points to share with you. First is like the effects of the climate, as Guilherme mentioned. The climate effects we feel every day. We have to see like the extreme droughts and the challenges and the impacts and losses that we are suffering in the field due to the climate changes. And this is a reality. This is not something for the future. This is something today. Just for you to have an idea, Porto Alegre, with an incident that happened, just for you to have an idea, they had approximately, I'm talking about insurance, things that were insured in terms of by the company were like 6 billion, and the cost of reconstruction was almost 100 billion reais. So these numbers are real. So the impact in the economy due to the climate change. And so less than 10% insured. And I know that this is a challenge we have in the field, insurance. So it's difficult, like to insure like the crop, the harvest, the equipment, and so on. So this is an important point. And then there's something else. We have in Brazil, last year was published, also like the regulated carbon market. It's a reality in Brazil, so we will have a regulated market of like buy and sell carbon, and that could be an opportunity for Brazil, but it should be seen as business. We have to see the opportunity, and we have to look at under the perspective of sustainable development, because we have the economic pillar, not only environmental or social. So within this decarbonization agenda, it's paramount to have like this pillar of business of development that should be prioritized. So this is an important point in decarbonization. Another important point in the environmental agenda was published last year, like the general law of the environmental license. We're now discussing in the Supreme Court. For the past 2 weeks, we are trying to schedule a public audience to discuss some amendments. Some understand as simplification. I understand as optimization of the environmental licensing process. We need to have something fast, dynamic, with previsibility and legal safety for the investments. So when I began working as a lawyer, we had an environmental licensing that had like 10 years stuck without a license. This cannot happen today. So this, especially during this process of reindustrialization, that we have to preserve it in the country, the generation of income and job position. So this environmental law is in the Supreme Court. It was written last year, and we are here like to support all the amendments that have been approved in the Congress. So what are the effects? Look at the forestry code that we had numberless discussions. So 15 years of forestry code in force. Luckily, it tends to be, in my opinion, one of the most important inducers of environmental conformity. You have like a large number of properties that have like legal area, permanent preservation areas enrolled in the CAR, and not nevertheless like the problems with like land tenure and outdated legislation, but this conformity helped a lot of rural producers to gain resources, have financing, and allow the development of the agro industry, especially because the producer had credit and gained credit, and if they were in compliance. So see the importance of a regulation well made, well discussed, that was the object of an important role for the agribusiness. And everything goes back to conformity and traceability. So as Adriano mentioned, and when I'm talking about traceability, so where did you apply it? What was the source? What is the practical effect of it all? I don't know if you know, but Europe has just like approved a norm like TTWR, meaning that nothing will come in if you do not prove the origin, and if the residue that you are going to place in the European market is not compensated. If you're sending things packaged, so you have to find the problem of garbage that is the residue that is going to be created there. So this is a rule that just came into force on August 12th, and all the industry is organizing itself. We are talking about like barriers. So if you do not comply with, you don't get into the market. No miracle. It happened not too long ago with a company that was exporting protein that was packed and could not get into the European market. Well, because they do not have compliance with the local norm. So this challenge of regulation is not only local, it's international too. And we have like the TTWR, so it's a new norm, it's recent. And so another topic of the PPWR, coming to the final considerations in Brazil, is the regulation of the bio inputs. So we are looking for and promoting the valuation of the bio input in Brazil. However, we have this new challenge of the abilities or the legal safety. So with the control organs like all the MAPA, IBAMA, the ministries, so we have like legal security and previsibility to have safety for the bio inputs. We have a lot of embarked technology and plenty of investments in this sector, but sometimes the regulatory blocks and delays the investment. So we need previsibilities, legal safety, even to secure like a competitive environment in Brazil. And within my considerations, just like to finish, I'd like to talk about something recent that happened in Brazil. It was regulated last year, one decree from the Presidency of the Republic creating discipline for the reverse logistic of plastic packaging, meaning that all plastic bags in the market must ensure like the collection and the final destination of the package. This is a legal obligation published in 21 October 2025. And this is a topic that is touching the agro. Plenty of discussion. Does it apply? Doesn't? How? And once again, we come back to the discussion. Legal safety, compliance, traceability of the chain. This topic, many industries have already working like to reduce the impact on the chain, and which includes like the commercialization of packaged goods in plastic, which is a reality. However, the norm wants like to shield and minimize the impact for the agribusiness. So these are topics, just like to give a glimpse. It was extremely recent within the regulatory environment that we must to work first with an environment that we have like clarity on the norms. And second is the legal safety that we always aiming and by the entrepreneurs and by the private sector, the agro, the industry. This is what we are looking for. Autonomy, and ensure that everyone is treated with the same rule. We must all obey. So some sectors we've been facing an incredible challenge, like a predatory, like competitiveness for the Brazilian industry that is here generating new business for an import that has no control, no surveillance, and ends up like turning our industry more fragile. So this is an important point in this panel when we are talking about reindustrialization and talking about decarbonization, which I think there are actions that converge to the same topic. So this is it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabrício. Very clarifying. We've seen some practical examples happening, but in a minor scale than that with the sector or the agribusiness demands. So it's vital having a regulatory environment, as you said, with predictability, legal certainty, autonomy, and encouragement to farmers, to the industry, and all the other agents, so we can keep on investing in that transformation. The industry wants that, farmers want that, and final end users look after some certainty to make it happen. Now, Felipe, you have the floor. In this context, we have the perception that sustainability and productivity walk in different directions, but in real life, how inputs, leaf-based solutions, bio-inputs, the technologies we've been developing may help farmers in reducing emissions, may help them producing more sustainably, more resiliently, but at the same time enhancing productivity, and how the industry can do that by connecting technology, sustainability, and all the other sectors. I would like to thank my colleagues from the panel. I was looking for some coffee when you were talking about that. In the end, I didn't find it, but my friend Fabrício explained to me the regulatory scenario. And I think you mentioned something very important, Eliane. Sustainability must be allied to productivity. For us, this is a mantra. If we think about the industry, the history of the industry of fertilizers, and we see showing that the exponential growth of pulses over time, a strong growth of fertilizers, and a infinitely smaller growth in area. So our history of fertilizers is a successful one, a successful history of sustainability that was acquired by everyone in the audience, by everyone listening to us online. But we need to acknowledge, Guilherme, that nowadays we are faced with one of the most challenging moments in our industry for the past 25 years. We have interest rates, very high interest rates. In some places, the interest rates are even higher than the operational margin of the activity. We have very compressed margins in all contexts, volatility, geopolitical volatility and uncertainty. So it's worthless looking back. We need also to think what else can we leverage in order to maximize our productivity, in order to keep on having Brazil in the top of productivity, in the crisp of the wave. I think about Mosaic, for instance. We've launched 2 platforms recently, 2 biological platforms for fertilizers, for irrigation, and these markets are growing tremendously. I don't have the data here, but I think some of you here might have witnessed that. The pursuit of soil analysis has been very high this year. With compressed margins, farmers would like to know how much reserve they have in their soil. And for instance, in the biological sector, in the first panel, People talked about that, a segment that has been growing for more than 50% here in the same line. I know that it runs out of that complicated rationale of stressed chains that can complement the natural fertilizer naturally. Taking a leap with our productivity of, I'm going to talk about 3, 4, 5 harvests more, because the different fertilizers the market is seeing. So for us, Guilherme, I think this is the very first point. Productivity and sustainability need to walk hand in hand. And we've done that this parallel. The original acronym of ESG resembles environment, social and governance. In order to reach that ambition, that must be directly reflected on the new composition of those 3 letters, of those 3 terms. That would be economy, as we mentioned. It must be economically sustainable, not just desire lie to other metrics. You need to have certainty, and I think you were very pertinent. Safety, in the sense of having a minimum of predictability. If you're investing in an industry or reindustrializing something, if you're about to launch a new product, you want to know that this product will have the regulatory conditions, the operational conditions, in order to remain in the market and find its demand. And the geopolitical part, we need to be inserted into a geopolitical context that's favorable. It's relying on such a market that have high probabilities of diplomatic conflict. So I think we need to keep an eye in the reflexive of ESG that helps perennializing the efforts. Now back to you, Guilherme. Thank you very much, Felipe. Now let's go to the questions. We've got some questions, and let's try to be as dynamic as possible in order to answer, if not all of them, most of them. But nowadays, what farmers need, and here I would like to give floor to Eliane, Felipe, what farmers need in order to adopt the solutions for sustainability, decarbonization, as well as solutions such as bioinputs that maximize the effectiveness of the use of fertilizers. What do farmers lack to adopt that? And do they have a level of openness to that? I can start. Well, farmers nowadays become conscious that several things. First of all, many things that they've done became theories. Because one of the things that whenever we arrive at a farm, and over time farmers had been innovating and investing, such as soil coverages, something that for us, the coffee farm is extremely important. Before having that present in our speech, that was part of our practice, and nowadays we see how that had intensified. So we understand that in order to have farmers invest, they need to see a value being added, and the addition of value to the investment they've done, because naturally they are already investing in things. If there is one feature that coffee farmers have, they are not the ones who take risks. They invest, and they are able to measure that. I think for perennial farming such as coffee, that's something even stronger. But mainly, farmers must understand that thing I'm investing nowadays, how the links of the chain, and that includes all of us, even customers, because when we talk about food, sometimes we consider only a few links of the chain. We forget that we have customers in the other end, that those customers must be aware on the difference of products that are being delivered to them, the difference of a product that I am able to deliver to them that has been proven that it respected the environment. And dear Felipe, in our cooperation company, we are no longer looking at ESG alone. If you look at Sustainability 6.0 in the internet, this is a theory that cooperation companies started working in their products, because we start with sustainability, with education, with environment, with social, and the economic, with governance and technology. Now we need another hand. So those 6 points for us are responsible for bringing sustainability to farmers, to have them understanding that after their investment, everything returns throughout the process. So nowadays we need to work a lot more than just ESG alone, because ESG without the education, educating people, becomes a regulation that sometimes becomes nothing. Hence, investing inside cooperation companies is the very first place for farmers to add that. Nice, and I think that's a confirmation, because we need to transcend that limited idea of ESG, the original idea behind ESG. And Eliane also mentioned something that a colleague of mine says, that if you shake a tree here in Brazil, you will have 15 oil snake sellers. I think we need to return to that idea of testing things, of proving things with agronomics, and how does that translate into economics. But if we are to think in broader terms, Guilherme, we cannot take some topics for granted. If you look at the past 10 years, the Brazilian GDP practically doubled, and the GDP of the Brazilian agribusiness sector has tripled. So here you have a relevant position of transactions that are looking after a funding that is not the traditional subsidized funding with which we are accustomed to, or we've been accustomed to work with. Not to mention that with the interest rates that we have nowadays that are very challenging, the conversion of the capital that exists with credit and confidence becomes more and more difficult. And finally, we return to what Fabrício mentioned, the regulation sector. To give an example from Mosaic, we have great products that we sell to the US, to Canada, in Europe, Paraguay, and we were not able to register those products here in Brazil. So we have everything, just as you've mentioned in your opening words. We have everything to be top, but there are some hindrances, some obstacles that if we are unable to overcome them, that makes things even more difficult. Well, if we have organized things to work like that, well, a question to Fabrício. We have a lack in the regulation of biologicals. You've just mentioned that on bioinputs regulation, right, Fabrício? That could help sustainability. How? And how can we unblock? How can we have a more fluid regulation? We have huge challenges with our products here. How can we unlock that? And how will that contribute to sustainability? Okay, just to unwind from the ESG, environmental, social, and governance. I lecture at PUC, at IBMEC, sometimes depending on the scenario. When we talk about ESG, we say we are running out of money, an acronym for Estamos Sem Grana. Environmental, social, governance, we joke with that. But objectively, based on what you asked, I think the first point is that the regulation, when it's well done, it is helpful. Excessively, it is a hindrance. There's no silver bullet that better than defending a democratic interest, a transparent interest of having a regulation that converges with real life. Sometimes we have lots of papers, surveys, analysis, and we lose the timing. I've seen it happening. Such terms like biodiversity, because Brazil was losing its potential in the pharmaceutical industry, the industry of medications, cosmetics, because we have an extremely bureaucratic, lagging regulation that isn't moving forward. When you're developing things, when you're taking long to do that, while you're lagging, we have new products incoming all the time. Now, again, we have under here, we have companies under governmental affairs, institutional affairs departments, and that's something legitimate, advocating for clear, determined rules where we can have predictability. And this is no different from other topics that are close to the environmental agenda. Of course, the environmental agenda has a lot of passion, a lot of ideology, and that's part of the democratic game. The Forest Code, I've taken part of several public hearings when Aldo Rebelo was all over Brazil. You saw everything. You saw people advocating for permanent agriculture here at Jardins. Without planting, they didn't know a difference between 1 hectare or anything like that. So this is the challenge we have, and the agribusiness has such a power that makes us proud. And as I said, my father is a farmer, agronomical farmer. So I was born and raised in this area, in this field, and we cannot stop because the industry per se has been walking hiccups. The agro industry is something that has pulled ahead our car, and undoubtedly regulation, okay, but with the certainty that we expect. And I think that our companies, representative companies, should advocate for that in a non-stop fashion. We are talking about the best interests of the country, so it's always worth taking part of those processes and, of course, looking after what's good for us and helping build that regulation. Another question from Luis. Thank you, Luis, for your question, both to me as well as to you all, with the methodology of measurements of carbon footprints that is used for fertilizers and agricultural products and for tropical soils. So we can add one another. I think that the methodology, because we used Yara, and I think you can talk about that better than I do, but the methodology we implement in order to apply the whole project that we have in our corporation company nowadays, we work with GAG, and we work with the whole structure of regeneration by means of regenerative agriculture, with the methodology of application by Control Uno, which is the company responsible for overseeing that, issues all the stamps that cooperation company has inside the ARAS project. The main project that we implement in our farmers, I think you're able to explain that a lot better about the methodology that we implement. I think carbon footprints in fertilizers, we measure by means of third parties, a third-party company responsible for those measurements. And the field, the Scope 3 mission, we do that based on the GHG's methodologies by using tools like Farm Tool. So based on those tools, we can insert all the other information. We insert the emission calculations based on the reality, on how the soil was handled. Now, another question. I think that is somewhat for me to answer. How to implement use of biomethane in biofertilizers? What is missing? This is a huge challenge. The need for biomethane inside the molecule. There are increasing more and more projects to make biomethane molecules available. I think there is a huge investment in this sense in order to do that, and the infrastructure is something also important. Shipping, distribution is also a challenge, and how the connection of the industry to the distribution grid. So the distribution mesh that invests on that structure, it has a cost, and that's onerous for the industries. That is a limitation, both molecule-based and logistic and distribution-based. Here another question, Eliane, and we all may contribute. So carrying is a great tool for soil correction, but it emits about 480 kilos of CO2 per ton. Is there another alternative in order to reduce the emission or the carbon emission from, because in the one hand it's beneficial to soil, but in the other hand it emits carbon. Nowadays, based on what we are doing in our farm, not just basically we are using calcareon, overall, as I told you, the efficiency management, what are farmers working on very rationally? What am I able to pursue? How can I work and within my entire process mitigate mitigate those emissions to the smallest number? On my side, having links of the chain, biological roots. Nowadays, we heart the biologists with all the challenges. How can I bring all of that and measure things in order to prove that I am performing a sustainable decarbonizing process? Several elements, and we all know the purpose of the product is sustainable, but the means, but I mean, the means how it's being handled before being delivered to farmers is worse than the origin. And then the application will not compensate all that process. So that discussion, we've been working on it, paying attention, Guilherme, to all the links of the chain, not just to the product per se, really, in order that in the context overall, we are able to use that thing that has least impact. Great. We are moving toward the end of our panel. Very rich conversation. I think we've seen real-life examples on how this development has evolved for an agriculture increasingly more sustainable, considering decarbonization, using bio-inputs, enhancing the efficiency in using nutrients. But we've also seen that there are obstacles, there are roadblocks, because agriculture, farmers are revenues for finding knowledge, profitability, traceability, for sustainability. However, how we, as part of the industry, are able to foster that, but also the regulatory framework is no longer a roadblock. So we can be a role model industry in this regulation in order to favor the development and the celerity of this development. And Brazil has a huge potential, and we do not need to choose between feeding the world or protecting the planet. We can do both. We can produce increasingly more and more rationally and sustainably, producing more per area, enhancing productivity. Eliane mentioned that quite well, the development of the bushland from Minas Gerais, and the overall bushlands in Brazil. It happened by means of using technologies, by correcting soil, using calcareon, and that's something that has helped Brazil to be in the leading role in many different segments in importing and exporting. And what's clear is that there is no silver bullet. What we have is a joint endeavor between farmers, government, partnerships in the food chains. Industries are looking after that. We have a constant conversation with them. They do want to produce food that is increasingly more decarbonized, either because it adds value, there are customers looking for that in order to reach the decarbonization metrics. So I think we are in the path towards building this future of reindustrializing in a stronger way, but increasingly more sustainable. This is the end now of this panel. I would like to thank Eliane and Fabrício for that discussion.
Thank you very much, Guilherme. Thank you for the participants of this third panel. Please just stay here on stage with us. And I'd like to remind you that later on, after our last panel, we have the presence of William Vac talking about politics and economy, the field, and also the challenges for the years to come. I'd like to invite you all here present and those online to watch the video of our master sponsorship, Teixeira Texto. So the future of agribusiness demands like responsible choices. At Teixeira Texto, we do that every day with traceable processes, raw material which is recyclable, and a true commitment with sustainability. With this view, we developed the big bag Teixeira Revés, the first big bag which is sustainable, made with recyclable raw material by the reverse logistic used in the agro, like from collection to recycling, from transformation to the new production. So one full cycle, traceable, audited, and ready to go back to the field with a high technical performance with reduced environmental impact. So the big bag Teixeira Reverse reduced 24% in the use of like fossil resources, 25% in the impact over the ozone layer, and prevented 7 tons of CO2 every 10,000 units. Internationally recognized, the big bag Teixeira Reverse redefines the concept of like raffia packages produced with the same excellence and guaranteed certifications ISO 9001 and 14001 within this ESG transparent strategy. Teixeira Reverse, big bags that carry more than products, they carry purposes. We'd like to thank you once again, Mr. Guilherme, for the conduction of the panel and the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we close now the third panel of this afternoon. We'd like to invite you for a coffee break that is going to be in the hall of the sponsors. So thank you, and those following us in the online, we will return in 30 minutes.
foscomplex em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grânulo, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Supercelling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a ADFET desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. ADFET, inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoach, MicroPlus, Foscoach, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo. Muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias. com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizantes, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizantes, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito continua crescendo. A cada nova ação, levamos conhecimento para ainda mais pessoas. Como na AgriShow 2026, em parceria com a Associação de Olho no Material Escolar. Nossa missão também chegou ao Museu de Ciências Naturais da Universidade Estadual de Ponta Grossa, onde apoiamos uma nova área dedicada aos fertilizantes com acesso às cartilhas educativas por QR Code. No YouTube, o nosso talk show segue reunindo especialistas para traduzir temas essenciais sobre fertilizantes. Nas mídias, continuamos presentes, compartilhando conhecimento de qualidade de forma simples e didática. E com a missão de influenciar quem influencia, levamos jornalistas para conhecer o processo de fabricação dos fertilizantes de ponta a ponta, desde a mina até a fábrica. Nas nossas redes, temos inovado com vídeos com alto potencial de viralização, os chamados agrovirais, que já ultrapassaram mais de 1 milhão de visualizações orgânicas. Na NPV, aproximamos ciência, agricultura e sociedade todos os dias.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Cada fertilizante possui características próprias, por isso, sua embalagem precisa oferecer a proteção, a resistência e o desempenho. Há mais de 30 anos, a Rafitec desenvolve embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, produzimos big bags e sacarias soldadas para o setor de fertilizantes. Também investimos em energia renovável e em soluções com matéria-prima reciclada, como o Big Bag PCR. Rafitec, a embalagem que protege o seu fertilizante.
Na indústria de fertilizantes, Controlar a poeira é essencial para garantir mais eficiência, segurança e supressores de poeira, que aumenta a eficiência operacional e preservar o tempo de formulação. Para agregar identidade e valor ao produto, a Suresh Specialty oferece a linha Neocoat CL, uma série de agentes colorantes desenvolvida para proporcionar uma marca distinta aos fertilizantes. Os agentes colorantes podem ser aplicados juntamente com qualquer um dos nossos produtos, ou, quando necessário, de forma independente, oferecendo máxima flexibilidade ao seu processo produtivo. Tecnologia, desempenho e sustentabilidade caminham juntos para entregar fertilizantes de alta qualidade, com menor impacto ambiental e maior produtividade. Suresh Specialty. Faça a escolha certa para uma agricultura mais sustentável e produtiva.
Procurando uma alternativa logística portuária para recebimento ou escoamento de fertilizantes e commodities? Conheça o Porto de São Sebastião, um hub multipropósito no litoral norte paulista, conectado aos maiores centros consumidores do país. Com um calado de até 9,5 metros, armazéns alfandegados e toda a estrutura logística para granéis sólidos, garantimos agilidade portuária, além de um excelente fluxo logístico sem conflito urbano, com conexão direta à rodovia dos Tamoios. Para apoiar sua operação, a Transcopa oferece uma infraestrutura completa, com operações portuárias, transporte, armazenagem, embegamento e ensacamento, além de possuir projetos para uma misturadora. Transcopa, sua solução logística e portuária em São Sebastião.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar a indústria de fertilizantes e contribuir para uma agricultura mais eficiente e responsável. Com um portfólio desenvolvido para diferentes desafios da indústria, nossas tecnologias contribuem para melhorar a eficiência dos nutrientes, a qualidade dos fertilizantes e seu desempenho no campo. A baixa disponibilidade de fósforo no solo pode comprometer o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a eficiência da adubação. Nossa solução, Fosprotec, integra ácidos úmicos e a exclusiva tecnologia Foscomplex em um sistema sinérgico que forma uma barreira orgânica complexante ao redor do grânulo, reduzindo a fixação do fósforo no solo e prolongando sua disponibilidade para absorção pelas plantas, garantindo maior aproveitamento do fertilizante e melhor desempenho das culturas. O empedramento de fertilizantes e a emissão de poeira durante o manuseio e aplicação são
On behalf of UNDA, so we'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Master of Fertiminas, Indorama, Mosaic, NAC Global, Teixeira for Têxtil, Yara Brasil, and gold sponsors are Armac, Bulk Liquid Solution, K Plus S, OCP Brazil, Rafitec, Suresh Specialty, and Transcopa Porto São Sebastião, and silver sponsor Acron, Cesário, and Galvani. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the last panel of our Congress this afternoon.
Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth panel of the Congress will talk about politics, economy, and the countryside, challenges for the coming years. So once again, we'd like you to ask your questions in written and send them like to the receptionist in the room. Use the form in your backpack. And for those watching us online on YouTube, please send your questions via chat. And don't forget to state your name, city, and to whom the question is addressed to. We'd like to invite Elias Alves Lima, the President of the Board of Directors of UNDA. As a speaker, we'd like to greet now the journalist William Vac.
Senhor Elias, passo a...
Mr. Elias, the floor is yours. So have a great panel, everyone. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. So I think that William doesn't need like further introductions. And also any comment on my side, so I will pass the floor to him. He's the owner of this conversation. So thank you very much for being here with us. It's an honor to receive you here in our 13th Brazilian Fertilizers Congress. So the floor is yours, William. So he said that I'm the owner. So can you just like shed some light in the audience? So for 2 weeks, they did the setting of the slides, and then, so here I am. So you cannot imagine what it is like to talk to someone that I cannot see, like in a camera, on a television, So it's imagine that you go and you talk to the handle of the door. So when I have the opportunity to be with public, this is extraordinary and enlightening, because the kind of work that I've been doing is directed to this public. So to be like with the public, so it generates another kind of interaction. So here I am. So let's go. So the idea with that we agree with Elias that I would bring some statements in relation to the international situation, beginning with it, and then bring into our situation, like the most immediate one. So we all have like the same question. So what is going to happen with the election? What can we wait from then on, and what can we expect from politics and institutional crisis and so on? And so I can talk about Xandão and Flávio and so on. Like from the history of humankind, we are living an extraordinary critical period. I don't say that as a way to attract people's attention, so they will wait. Well, if it is he's being saying critical, it's going to be a catastrophe. The world is about to end. This is not my idea. The historical moment that we are living, we are in one of those moments that happen like in a kind of like cyclic, but with intervals among them. So we see things that took like 70, 80 years to happen in Europe, like last century, and it took 70, 80 years to happen in the world this century, which is like the destruction of the system that we had, and another system is taking over, and I don't know exactly what it is. So the first characteristic of the momentum that we are living in, imprevisibility, no one likes it. So any kind of order in which we live in, that's why it's called order. So we must have an idea on how things work. And until now, things worked in one way, and the perspective of Brazil was very beneficial. The world based in rules, the world based in certain ways of behavior. For instance, you are not going to invade your neighbor and say that that area is yours. This is happening. You are not going to use like coercion, like diplomatic coercion, economic or commercial and military, exclusively as a way to get to what you want. And this is what is happening now, is the open and brutal use of coercion. In other words, the if you will. So this order that was enforced since the end of Second World War until now, not too long ago, it's being replaced by what we know as like the jungle law, which is characterized by the law of the stronger one. And you don't think that this is quite modern. Like the very first definitions of the strongest law, one of the most one comes from like 2,500 years ago, written by a Greek general that is still cited by the Chinese president. So the strong ones do whatever they want, and the weaker, will be submitted if they have any reasoning, and we are on the side of the weaker ones. What we are currently living is a brutal world, so the employment of like coercion is open by on the side of the most powerful powerhouse, but challenged for the very first time in 80 years by a competitor, which is destroying everything that until now we saw in geopolitics, like the equilibrium, like the conventional one, the capacity that this powerhouses like China and United States had, it's been destroyed. So the economic balance is also being destroyed, and finance up to a certain extent, and the trends show that weaknesses of the dollar and the capacity of the United States to control like everything over the world, strangling whatever he can. One of them is like the choke point. So the Americans use it, and they were using it yesterday against Iran. I'm not talking about academia possibilities of doing something. It's what's being used. We see a severe alteration in the nuclear balance, very dangerous, and we see an alteration on the race for tech race and the destruction of the balance of the one who is the biggest manufacturing powerhouse in the world. So if you see the reach and the depthness of these transformations, that's why I said we are, under the perspective of the humankind history, living a very critical moment. A moment in which that world that we've grown, tried to prosper and thrive somehow, and thought that we could understand that this is over. This is no longer going to happen again. This world is not necessarily a world that is hostile to Brazil due to some specific factors that we have to take into consideration. I will get there. But before that, I think that I need to say something that must be on everyone's mind. The biggest decisions today are taken by the geopolitics. So what does it mean to say that the biggest decisions are made by geopolitics? It means that what any one of us here in this room, or those who are following us on YouTube, consider that is like rationality, like economic rationality, or the diplomatic rationality, is subordinated to what the geopolitical rationality. And what is it? Safety and power. So these two factors dictate the main the events. The others are subordinated. So many times people like pull their hairs out and they say, well, this policy of tariffs don't make any sense under the point of economic or commercial point of view, because this will only lead to like mutual losses. But this is not the criteria. The criteria is coercion, the imposition by force. The criteria is like security, food security, military security, and the territorial, and also in relation to what they, the United States or China, so I'm using the United States, but the other ones would fit as well, what they consider is their national interest. So that's where we are going to see everything underneath. But this geopolitical scenario is evolving. Not that it's going like from the worst to the good one. Do not misunderstand. But the volatility, it's rapidly transforming. due to decisions that are made related to the criteria that dominates everything, the geopolitical criteria. So Brazil has a certain difficulty to understand that. And we are suffering because of this difficulty in the understanding. This difficulty comes from the fact that we are a distant country. We are distant from all the main international conflicts, be the military, religious, commercial, and geopolitical. And that, to our society, that led us as a society to kind of like an anesthesia or a numbness. So we Brazilians have the feeling that the world is far away and whatever happens there doesn't affect us directly. And you feel, particularly, you're just like you are in a nightmare, in a living nightmare, and notice that whatever happens out there in geopolitical terms, it's here in our lap, in our kitchen, that things are affected. Geopolitics happens in our home, but under the perspective of the Brazilian society, it's very diffuse, it's very distant. We were never concerned about like national defense. We don't have neighbors that want to get a bite from our territory. We don't have Brazilians that will go die or be killed. We are not talking about public security. We are talking about conventional military conflicts. This is not the reality of Spaniards, Russians, Germans, Russians, and so on. So on one hand, for us, this is a blessing. We are not concerned about that. But on the other hand, it places us in a position, let's say it's a little bit aloof from the consequences of all the international events, and they are very relevant for us. Up to a certain extent, they are decisive, even from the perspective of our election. That's the very first presidential election in Brazil since the Second World War, with a very strong impact on what happens out there and the behavior of the voters and the behavior of the candidates. And this is like a novelty for us. For this generation, we have never seen anything similar. And I will talk about that. In this world of the geopolitics, it's very dangerous, unpredictable, delicate, because there is this clash of two big superpowers with AI. And one of the writers about geopolitics and the most classic author has died warning about that. I'm talking about Kissinger. And he died like the AI is the biggest danger when we do not have like serious negotiations about like the contention of like nuclear weapons. I'm not going to get into this catastrophe or apocalyptic view. I want to bring geopolitics and what it means for us. It means, in first place, it exposes our vulnerabilities. So our vulnerabilities are in many sectors. So the classic sector of vulnerability, so defense of our territory, we are incapable of defending our territory in a meaningful way. You may have heard recently, like the Minister of Defense, which like an extraordinary political figure with his capacity of like conciliation. I think that the main role of the defense ministry for the past 4 years was to be like the cotton among crystals. He had to play a role like to prevent, like to take generals that were in prison and prevent that Janja would like fire the other ones. So, and he did it. So the main role of the defense ministry was to be like if it was not him, we would be in a very difficult situation. But with his spontaneity and his spirit, he is an extraordinary, well-humored citizen. And so the one that I want to come here, he said, I will open the gate. Well, but in fact, we don't even have a gate to open. So what is he saying to us with this well-humored? We cannot defend our own territory if we consider that under the conventional way. This is a problem that we have in terms of vulnerability. But on the other hand, we are not being threatened, not even by Argentina. So what is the other vulnerability issue? Is the one that gets in you, like just right in front of you. It's like It's like a truck that is coming right in our direction, which is our dependency on one side of markets in Asia that are on one side on this formidable, like contentious scenario, and also we have the dependence of like inputs and technology on the other side of the conflict, even more. So when this conflict takes the shapes that it's taking now by strategic decisions made particularly in Washington, we began noticing that our dependence of other kinds of inputs is directly subordinated to the geopolitical pathway. So people began looking back at the geography. So once again, they thought about like the geographic importance of a strait. This is not new in the history of humanity. So since like the Persians and Greeks like 2,500 years ago, but the First World War with the Garganelles Strait, when the closure of that strait made very difficult to export wheat like from Russia and Ukraine to countries that were fighting against Germany on the other side of the world. So the military decisions were catastrophic, made under domestic circumstances. If the wheat didn't reach like London, so the workers in London would not eat, there would be a riot, the British army would not be able to survive. So I'm bringing some examples from far away just to tell you what is happening with Hormuz. There is no novelty here. The geographic circumstances are determinant in geopolitics and military decisions and also political decisions. And what is the most important strait in the world, in your opinion? Taiwan, which is like the core part of this conflict. So when we look at this situation, we get worried because Hormuz Strait or the occupation or the blockage of the Hormuz Strait is the main characteristic of what is going to determine inflation, interest, domestic policies, and will determine the capacity that this segment has or doesn't have to bring its inputs at a reasonable prices that are acceptable. So this political scenario for us is negative, but on the other hand, it opens to Brazil, as it has opened like before during the Second World War, extraordinary horizons. So if geopolitics is moving towards this direction, what we see coming in geopolitics is already called of the new geopolitics of commodities. So we have like the main ones, including in this concept of the new geopolitics. Fossil fuels, look at what's going on. We are finding oil, like in the equatorial band, the production of grains and proteins. We are champs in the world. We are the main protagonists of the tropical agriculture, which is an example of tech innovation and employment capital and human capital. And the use sustainable of our physical space, our biomas. And last, rare earth, that recently, especially correct me, and she said, well, they are not earth and they are not rare, but they're extremely important for the industry of defense in the United States and for the automobile. They would stop without it. In the street sectors, Brazil is a very important player of enormous relevance. If you think about the fuels, it's forming an axis like from Canada until like the south of Argentina, which is extraordinary if we look at the situation of Hormuz. So if you consider the Brazilian situation, we have such advancement in bioenergy and the capacity to explore sustainable energies that, those who look at us say, well, these guys are going to be important somehow. What is the biggest problem we have? So strategic intelligence. So this bench of opportunities that we have, will only be able to make it if we have strategic intelligence.
Strategic intelligence is basically is critical inside the country. And now I would like to talk about the current scenario. strategic intelligence is basically the capability of private sector converging around projects of sprawling aside from the legislation. We haven't been capable so far, and if we are unable to develop something in this sense, we will remain 4 or 8 years from now talking about the great opportunities we were unable to carry out. The moment we live nowadays is very delicate, very difficult. And I did my homework, and I brought the following catalog of problems that reach the agricultural sector. The worst crisis of profitability, spike in prices for nutrients and fuels, diesel spiked, harming all machinery. The cost of money is unbearable, and we have relevant climate problems. Do you think we're talking about Brazil? This is one of the news of Financial Times that came out today on the North American agricultural sector. And they are no fools, not at all. Perhaps our main adversaries. Does that sound familiar? Does anything of that sound familiar to you? Doesn't it sound one and the same description? Financial Times today says that our fellow North American colleagues will lose $31 billion on next year's harvest. The difference between what they have to input and what they will have as revenue after the harvest. It's a disaster. And it's a geopolitical disaster with political consequences that you can foresee. Do you think they lack strategic intelligence? Strategic intelligence is what we'll miss if we don't consider those factors and escape from those quotes that I quite often heard. One of the most dangerous ones is this sector, that is the following. The world has to eat. We produce what the world has to eat. Therefore, there will be no problem. This is foolishness. We need to change our minds. Now, let's come to this side of the world. You're faced with a critical election. Not because it possibly shows a path between right or left. Actually, these are quite difficult concepts to personalize. They are not fitting to Brazil. What we have is an ideological gadget. Actually, what we have is a confrontation between non-liberals and liberals that spread through the entire political spectrum. The main problem of the election we are faced with is its unpredictable nature. We are in the edge of the blade. It's a difficult election to foresee the outcome. And that news, it should not be an election to pose difficulty for political analysts to say either one will win or the other. No, it's an election that should be already decided. We have a completely wasted government concerning the ideas. They have misguided ideas, and every great economic disaster there's always rooted on misguided ideas. No country under a war period has suffered as we suffered during the short second term of Dilma, and this is what we have Lula doing throughout his third term. From the perspective of capability of developing the country, it's a disaster, and it's a government with no ideas, no perspective of the future, without hope to offer. Such a government should be, regarding the surveys, defeated. But statistically speaking, that's something very important for you to have in mind. Most of the forecasts on elections are made based on statistical models, traditional models. The traditional statistical models apply to the political Brazilian show him as a favorite between 55 or 60%. Obviously, in this calculation, we must have in mind that elections are a subjective, emotional event. But in our case, the election will be decided by the same portion that has decided the past elections in 2018, 2022, with a minimum difference that had one winning and the other losing. We will see that scenario repeating this year. We have a very little margin of victory. Nowadays, it's difficult to say that this election will be decided, as they say in English, by a landslide of votes that people will say, well, no, it was clear all along. And that portion of the voters that swing from one side to the other side of being small, they only shape their opinion 3 days before the election. So that gives the level of tension. Maybe not the level of tension. I think I would say that you sense the angst in the air. The angst we sense in the air, and almost all economic sectors, is the vision of a challenging situation. And the question we make ourselves is whether this election brings answers to the challenging situation we are faced with. And that challenging situation is not about the polarization or the calcification. It is, but it's not due to the rapid institutional deterioration or the struggle between powers that suggests the possibility of civil disobedience. And these are serious things that we have in our horizon. Challenging is that demographics are fighting against us. Brazil is rapidly becoming an old country without getting rich. We are stuck in the mid-income trap. We are not being unable to be a breakout nation, even though we have fantastic examples to offer to the 4 corners of the world, from which we have the tropical agricultural revolution. So we are not incapable, we are not incompetent. No way. So how can't we take that necessary leap? And we have bankruptcy of an attempt. My generation, I will be 74, we've tried to create a state of a welfare state. These are huge social challenges that we are facing right now. Those challenges demand urgent answers because we are in a process of deacceleration that starts rising faster in front of us than we thought 6 months ago. And that due to deterioration of the public accounts. The deterioration of public accounts, deep down, if you would like to, so is the result of the demographics. We will have to do a new reform of the social security. This is the terrible political challenge. And we ask ourselves, due to the elections, are we seeing the rise of political convergence without which we hardly make decisions that must be taken due to the public accounts that have a terrible outcome on the interest rates that is suffocating on the economic activities, and that suffocating outcome nowadays is in the agribusiness. It goes from the agribusiness to housewives. It goes through all segments. Debt and interests are strangling us. We are smashed under that, crying out loud, and we have no political answer to that. Our political system is no longer functional. We are trying to make a democracy without parties that deserve such a name, and amidst that all, we are faced with an institutional crisis, a serious one. And why is that serious? Because all those factors, if you look in the broad scope, they can be translated into the very word social dwelling. It's not going to a barbecue in your neighbor's house. Let me explain to you what is social dwelling. It means people arranging between themselves what they think should be done, how it should be done, and who eventually is responsible for decide in case we have any divergence. There's no social dwelling in a modern society without a strong judiciary. And the Brazilian judiciary is completely in complete disbelief, is drowning in complete disbelief. So we have such a situation where the political system has not offered to us the answers that we need to challenges that go far beyond the next election. Challenges become more and more serious because the economic situations exposes depletion, discontent, difficulties. It's hard to be an entrepreneur in Brazil. The environment is toxic, it's unbearable. People look at that. The weight of the regulation in Brazil is such. You can remember the Soviet Union. I was covering that. It has imploded due to their own incompetence, and amidst all of that, we see such an institutional sector that makes it difficult. What seems vital that should be happening amongst ourselves. That comes from that beautiful Spanish word, concertación. In Spanish, it means bringing opposite sides towards a convergence for the common wellness. And that demands leadership. Here we have very important leaderships from a political, entrepreneurial, and above all, social. If those leaderships do not find a common ground on the Brazilian project that demands strategic intelligence, that take into account what the adversary thinks or the opposites think, and we agree and converge for our well-being, we don't have a way out. The geopolitical situation is dangerous, but it isn't final. We have a huge horizon. The political situation is precarious, but only out of politics we will have the solutions rising. Only by engaging in politics we'll be able to change that, what we see nowadays that seems to work against us all the time. Now, the perils are severe. The good news is that it is in our hands, and thank you very much for your attention.
Bom, William, eu já tenho uma pergunta aqui.
Well, William, I already have a question to you. Caio from Pharmatech. A lot what we call geopolitical crises are cyclical. Wars and sanctions are reviewed, tariffs are renegotiated. Nowadays, do you see some political realignment in course that Brazil should be dealing with as something permanent and not just a phase? Something that will never get back to normal after, that would demand the country to reorganize ourselves. There is a severe fact that we should consider. If you look at the bullies in such a scenario that I mentioned, the law of the jungle, what the bullies have in mind? Well, the closest bully we have is the USA. They have a new national security doctrine that considers this hemisphere, the hemisphere seen by meridians isn't not by the parallels, but by the meridians, if you'd like to call it Tordesia. They've decreed that the Western Hemisphere, where we are, as their own. This is a geopolitical factor, very relevant for us, because it assumes that the decisions we deem as fit for us Brazilians are taken by them up north. Apparently, there's no going back from that. The idea that this hemisphere is decided by the United States is something that they face as their main challenge. China. What happens was that China is a very important partner for countless reasons. I don't need to describe that to you because you are well aware of that. Now, such a geopolitical reality has no going back. It's more than maintaining diplomatic balance between two capitals such as Peking and Washington. What it's demanded from us is to explore those possibilities, taking into account our vulnerabilities and consider what each side has to offer. It's more than just pretending we're in the middle of that fight. Now, how do we steer ourselves in this new geopolitical reality? This is somewhat new. So far, we had, regarding the United States, bilateral relationship in which we assumed that we could sit around the same table to discuss different aspects. Now, one point of ours, organized crime, our vulnerability has been seen by Washington as a problem of their own. When Brazilian criminal organizations are declared as terrorist organizations by the government of the United States, what they are saying is, what you are unable to control affects us. Therefore, we will control what you are unable to control. If need be, we will go to where you are. This is a new geopolitical reality. How can we deal with that? By the way, we should have already dealt with that, because in electoral campaign, sovereignty, will advocate for sovereignty. What sovereignty do we have over Amazon areas occupied by the organized crime? What is the sovereignty of the Brazilian state in geographical areas ruled by militia and criminal factions that we know we have in big cities that are now in the northeastern region of Brazil? So this is a geopolitical reality. When I told you that geopolitical happens in our backyard, in our very kitchen, this is what I was talking about. Organized crime by Comando Vermelho and PCC is a geopolitical international factor that imposes us what? We have an interrogation mark. Faced with the historical change we are dealing with, do you believe the new government will be capable making a state plan, or not a government, or just a government plan? Will we leave the downward spiral of underdevelopment? Well, that is a provocation. I am an old dog in that career, and that's dangerous when you... Getting old as a journalist, we've seen a lot. We are less delusional. But the advantage is that we become very cynical. So all the years I've been talking about politics, they made me return more and more cynical. I will be 74, as I told you, and in the team I work with, the closest one is 40 years old, which is the same age of my youngest kids. So they look at me somewhat like a Tyrannosaurus. They look at me like a dinosaur that should be in a museum or of natural history. And I tell them the following. I've always had different prejudice to the political class, and I confirmed most of these prejudice. The cynical view I have on the political class of Brazil is reinforced by what follows. I remember Dr. Ulysses. You can see how old I am. I was present when the Constitution was born. I was born in that phase between 1986 and 1988. I was special reporter of the late Jornal do Brasil. I was all the time flying from Rio de Janeiro to Brasilia. And I remember Dr. Ulysses, do you think it's bad? Wait for the next one. How many congresses we've had so far? The mediocrity of the parliamentary representation in Brazil is terrifying. It's impressive. We have dangerous mediocritization of politics. In a certain way, this is the result of the technological revolution, and it's unstoppable. It's already there. We have politicians being traded by influencers, and journalists too. We have influencers, and I'm too old to jump to the other side. Now, regarding politics, what we have today is a disaggregation, actually. What we call parties aren't really parties. They are private groups whose main reason to exist is the most proximity of the public cash that should be transformed in their particular interest. And I'm talking about corruption. I'm talking about how we disaggregated, because we are not talking about parties with ideas and platforms, but now we have a political system and a constitution whereby parties have a fundamental role that they don't perform. So how can we leave the downward spiral of underdevelopment, which is, I think, is a harsher word than the debt? It's a relative condition to our distance to the most advanced economies. We remain the same as we were 40 years ago, so as our productivity. That's what it demands. It demands our capability to transform and the sphere of decision-making politics that should be more representative and having greater capability of making decisions and implementing them. The scenario isn't pretty. We don't have a beautiful landscape. But I see social transformations in Brazil, particularly speaking in this dynamic arch that comes from the south of Rio Grande do Sul to the northern Piauí, associated to the agro industry, where we see other values rising of community life, religion, the importance of the individual and the merit of the individual crosses different social segments and makes us somewhat hopeful that from that starting point, perhaps we may develop those political decision-making mechanisms from which we lack big time. The new world order is turning food security, energy, and fertilizers into strategic issues related to sovereignty. Brazil has natural resources and a competitive agribusiness, but we still rely on inputs that come from overseas. Faced with that scenario, what should Brazil do in order to turn that strategic position and influence and effective relevance in the worldwide scenario? I think it's quite clear what we have to do. We need to have public policies associated to the private sector. We need to converge in that sense. There's been some difficulty in that, despite the fact that everyone knows that. Let me give you a current times example. The biggest group, FPA. FPA, to some extent, works around the fintech, the Pensar Agro Institute, from which I participate in several businesses. And why is that important? Because they develop ideas. They develop strategies. What is the permeability? What ideas and proposals comes to the public sector, the decision-making sector? Now we are talking about situations such as the modernization of the legislation, which you can name however you want. We are talking about the same thing: pesticide, molecules, agrochemicals, you name it. We need a modern regulation that carry out two functions. It should protect the environment, and it should enhance the capability, the productivity. Therefore, the competitivity in the sector is vital to our GDP. And what did that become? The bill of the poison.
What I'm bringing to you here is how factors of regulation and technological innovation depend fundamentally on the political capacity where the legislative activity resides to move forward and then come back and have real effects on the economy. So this is our knot. This is the political knot, not a scientific one, nor the technical. So it's the knot related to the organizations such as the FTA to push forward like a proposal of legislation with such impact. If you look at another big aspect of like the land use, so the temporal mark. So once again, we are in face of a political decision. And here is my emphasis. And the need of like social, economic, and political leaders to understand and work in one direction. If we live as it is right now, we will always be complaining about something that is in our hands. What to expect from the new government for a better country for the next 4 years? So anyone knows who is going to be the new government? So what worries me about the new government is that if it's Lula, we will have a very complicated situation from an institutional point of view, and even more complicated in the public accounts due to the ideas that this political group has embraced. Basically, you can spend anything you want, and we can't make the country happy spending more than what we collect. So it didn't work. It's not going to work. So the reality is going to impose itself, but kind of fast. So Brazil is extraordinarily vulnerable of like a change of mood abroad. So then we're going to have like a crisis that we didn't before due to our reserves, but that's what explains what's happening in Argentina, the exchange rate, but it's not happening in Brazil. But if it does, we're going to have like this urgency, like a hallway, and everyone like running all over the place. So with an opposition government is going to have a huge challenge, such as the one we have today, which is making like the most like a 2% of the GDP. So the more technical, talking about an adjustment of like 4%. So this is the size of the whole, and it's getting worse. So we have that is unsustainable. And we have intolerable, like, and unacceptable interest rates. For that to change, we will have to make political decisions that are extremely painful and difficult. So I have doubts when I look at the opposition as it is today, if it would be capable to have like the political density to get to an adjustment between 1 and 2, what the economists consider as the minimum, at least like to establish like the trajectory of the debt and say, well, this is not going to end, so let's wait for signs and see if things get better. So if you so there's a 0 here in front of me. So at television, so there is someone like whispering in my ear, like, stop it, stop it. So I will stop. And I'm trained on that. So I do not see a lot of differences between the two governments. All right. William, once again, thank you very much for your presence here and for the time that you spent with us and this brilliant lecture about the international political scenario and the Brazilian political scenario as well. So all of us have our concerns, but when we have someone brilliant as you are, like lecturing us, we have our knowledge amplified. Thank you very much for being here. So once again, we thank the participation of William Vac here, and we close the last panel of our agenda. So now that we finished this panel, we ask Elias to remain here, and we will begin the closing ceremony of our Congress.
Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, we inform you that we will send you an email with a QR code for the assessment of the Congress, and then you will be able to obtain your certificate. So your participation is extremely important for UND. So for the closure of the 13th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress, I would like to pass the floor to the Board of Administration of UND. Mr. Elias Alves Lima. Ladies and gentlemen, say good afternoon. So we came to the closing of the 13th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress with one certainty. We will have a very challenging period ahead of us. So for the next few years, the economy, agriculture, and the industry will need to reinvent themselves and adjust to the opportunities that will come. But we do have good reasons to look towards the future with a certain dose of hope. So the lectures we had today, the debates, showed like the strength of our sector to win the dimensions of the challenges that we have ahead of us. So the most positive factor is that we have knowledge, technology, and capacity to reinvent it. Since 2011, so the Congress of ANDA is part of the agribusiness calendar. In its 13th edition, we have consolidated as one of the most important events in the sector of fertilizers and the productive chain. Nevertheless, we don't want to keep this trajectory. We need to move forward, and always, like starting tomorrow, we will continue and begin working in the next edition of our Congress. We want to have a Congress even more important and up to the height of the Brazilian agribusiness and all the fertilizer chain. My first thanks go to you who participated here on site or online. We had record of participants this year, almost 4,000 people, being 1,000 people here and 3,000 people on the online transmission. We have in the event participants from 18 countries. This result encourages us because you are the main reason for this Congress to happen. And one important takeaway message: no link in the chain works alone. So the future of the agribusiness depends on our capacity to work together and in collaboration. And this purpose is what moves the fertilizers sector, rural producers, researchers, the academia, and the government. They should work in synergy, and then together we will get to our common objective. So we have important challenges ahead of us, but we do have extraordinary opportunities. Brazil has lands, technology, knowledge, producers highly efficient, and the fertilizer sector more and more prepared to do its part. So we must transform this combination of virtues in growth, competitiveness, and sustainability, amplifying more and more our protagonism of the Brazilian agribusiness in the world scenario. So thank you very much, everyone who made this meeting such a huge success. So now I'm like placing an invitation for you all in our 14th Brazilian Fertilizer Congress, which is going to be on August 31st, 2027. See you then. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Elias, and I would like to invite you all in the Congress to stay here because we're going to have a cocktail offered by ANAC Global, and it's going to happen in the sponsors hall. So now the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers, on behalf of ANDA, we close the Congress with the master sponsorship of Fertiminas, Grupo Indorama, Mosaic, NAC Global, Teixeira Têxtil, and Yara Brasil. Gold sponsorship of ANAC, both Liquid Solutions, CAP plus S Solutions, OCP Brasil, Raftec, Ferris Specialty, and Transcopa Porto São Sebastião, and silver sponsorship Acron Cesari and Galvani. We thank you for participating here today and see you in our next edition on August 31st, 2027. See you there.
Problemas comuns na indústria. Nossa solução, Super Selling, previne a formação de torrões, proporcionando fluidez e facilidade na aplicação dos fertilizantes, além de reduzir a poeira, melhorando a segurança e a eficiência operacional. A ineficiência no uso de nitrogênio pode causar perdas significativas e menor produtividade das plantas. Nossa solução, Uremax NBPT, atua prolongando a disponibilidade no nitrogênio no solo e agrega valor ao seu produto. O Uremax NBPT atua inibindo a enzima urease, reduzindo significativamente a volatilização, permitindo que a ureia permaneça disponível no solo por mais tempo. Isso proporciona maior absorção e uma melhora na eficiência do nitrogênio no campo. A deficiência de micronutrientes pode afetar o desenvolvimento das plantas e reduzir a produtividade. CoachMax é uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, que fornece os micronutrientes necessários para um crescimento saudável e mais produtivo das culturas, melhorando a eficiência no uso dos fertilizantes. Com tecnologia, conhecimento e inovação, a Adfet desenvolve soluções sustentáveis de alta performance para a indústria de fertilizantes, contribuindo para processos mais eficientes e para uma agricultura cada vez mais sustentável. Como parte do grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, conectamos nossa expertise local a uma atuação global, ampliando o alcance de soluções que geram valor para a indústria e para o campo. Adfert. Inovação que transforma. Soluções que impulsionam uma agricultura mais eficiente e sustentável.
A indústria de fertilizantes alimenta o mundo.
O Estreito de Hormuz, algumas fábricas já paralisaram.
Em 2025, o Brasil entregou 49 milhões de toneladas de fertilizantes, um recorde histórico. Em 2026, o cenário mudou. Oferta global restrita, conflitos geopolíticos, preços em alta. O Brasil importa cerca de 85% dos fertilizantes que consome. Quando o mundo estremece, a nossa cadeia sente primeiro.
Toda crise tem uma escolha dentro dela: levar soluções de economia e de alta eficiência para o seu cliente.
EcoCoach, MicroPlus, Foscoach, Nitrogen Duo, soluções que nascem no processo industrial e chegam com mais resultado para quem usa o fertilizante no campo. Fertiminas, plantar inovação para alimentar vidas.
Nas próximas décadas, o mundo tem um grande desafio: dobrar a produção de alimentos para atender a crescente população, ao mesmo tempo em que atua em harmonia com o meio ambiente. Nós da Mosaic entendemos e abraçamos esse desafio para aumentar a produtividade no campo, a disponibilidade de alimentos no mundo e melhorar a realidade das comunidades onde atuamos. Temos presença global e operamos em mais de 10 estados do Brasil e no Paraguai. Extraímos da natureza os minérios necessários com cuidado e precisão, porque tudo na natureza é cíclico. O que hoje é minério se transforma e volta para o campo na forma de nutriente para os animais e para o solo como fertilizante. E o que chega à mesa das pessoas representa o valor que tem o agronegócio para toda a sociedade. Mosaic, ajudando o mundo a produzir os alimentos de que precisa.
A agricultura moderna precisa de fertilizantes eficientes e os fertilizantes precisam de aditivos. Mas você sabia? Aditivos convencionais são derivados de petróleo, muitos não são biodegradáveis e podem conter substâncias nocivas. Pensando nisso, a NAC desenvolveu a linha Green Technology. Sem químicos de combustíveis fósseis, produtos de origem vegetal, orgânicos e sustentáveis, alta eficiência e custo-benefício. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes, tornando a terra um lugar melhor para se viver. Acesse nacglobal.com. NAC Global. Soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias. Com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Global trade moves the world. We hold it together. Since 2005, Bulk Liquid Solutions has engineered flexible packaging for liquid and dry bulk cargo, flexitanks, FIBC bags, and container liners, built for real logistics demands. Across 4 manufacturing plants, rigorous quality control delivers consistent performance, serving industries in over 80 countries. Experience smarter, safer, and more efficient bulk material movement with Bulk Liquid Solutions. Bulk Liquid Solutions. Trusted manufacturer, reliable performance, and global reach.
Desde 1975, a Indorama Corporation é sinônimo de inovação e excelência na produção de materiais essenciais. Em 2021, fortaleceu sua atuação na América Latina com a aquisição da Fertilizers, detentora da maior planta produtiva de fertilizantes NPK granulados do Brasil e uma das principais distribuidoras do país. Fertilizers, part of Indorama Corporation.
Desde 1954, a K+S faz parte da história da agricultura brasileira. Acompanhamos a expansão do setor, ajudamos a adubar milhões de hectares e contribuímos para tornar o país em uma potência mundial. Com nosso DNA carregado de tradição, confiança e qualidade, seguimos ao lado do produtor, inovando e investindo para oferecer fertilizantes de alta eficiência no campo. K+S, excelência alemã a serviço da agricultura brasileira.
Há mais de 10 anos, a Nutrientes para a Vida vem cumprindo seu propósito de apresentar à sociedade a importância dos fertilizantes. E esse propósito